Um, Good morning to all of you. Most people have been here since yesterday, some of you even from 2 days ago. So these are very the marathon part of the audience who has been, for 3 days following a lot of sessions. We will start. For online participants, you should be hearing us. You should be seeing us weirdly because the camera is there. I think the AV crew is trying new angles, which I'm sure they're going to correct in no time. Let's get started a bit. And actually, the first point I want to discuss with you, and it's actually very much an open floor, right? I think we tried to keep yesterday as interactive as possible, but of course there's limited time. We had around 200 people, quite some people online as well. It's not very convenient to give everybody the time to ask questions, to make comments, and I would very much kind of like to start the day by actually asking if you want to share something, if you want to share some thoughts, if something was a bit confusing, if you don't know how it might impact your access or anything else. So just kind of 10 to 15 minutes open floor, both to on-site and online participants, to give a little bit of your feedback and maybe probably what the things you might not have understood yesterday or you weren't sure about. I'm sure you're not alone in this group with the same thoughts. I know it's early. Anybody want to break the ice? And we have it. We have a winner.
Thank you, Slaven. I would like to bring up the topic again we briefly touched upon yesterday. And let me start with a general remark. Almost every time we talk in our context about researchers, I feel somehow reminded of the phenomenon called the halo effect. So researchers appear to be some kind of a shrine we are all praying to. And of course, the reality is more complex, and the reality is that researchers are human beings. We could see it yesterday. They take very human decisions. So it was nice to hear that Marta said, okay, Europe was not my first choice for my postdoc. She actually wanted to go to China, and only the pandemic prevented her from doing so. And I believe, or I even know from my experience as NCP Marie Curie, our institutions are already now struggling to find people like Marta. So most applications we currently receive for doctoral positions within Marie Curie doctoral networks are coming from 4 countries. You can guess which ones. Right, China, Pakistan, India, Iran. So leave alone all the visa issues, all the stuff, we can set it aside. Among those people, there are many excellent researchers, but we don't know anything about their background, almost anything. And our institutions do feel insecure. Shall we admit them, or should we not? And if we admit them, we will subsidize them with our public money. We will highly subsidize their education, and you all know about the economic situation in Europe, and it's not going to get any better in the next years, I believe. So it's a very controversial issue with this perspective. And subsidizing the education of those people, we will, in some cases, end up having them working against us, not because they are kind of vicious agents of foreign secret services. There will be cases like that as well, but because they are human beings taking very pragmatic decisions. So I can imagine if a random Indian guy gets a good job offer from, let's say, Russia, I can understand if he or she takes it. So my point is, before admitting these people, we need to carefully look at who we are admitting to Europe. And don't get me wrong, I'm not pleading for preventing collaboration. On the contrary, I'm pleading for facilitating the cooperation, but with a closer look. And this would provide our institutions with the security that they have conducted their due diligence and picked the best people, the best possible candidates. And it will also provide researchers themselves with the security that they can go certain ways and take certain career paths, but some ways might be not possible to go for them. And I believe it should be a very important point for EURAXESS. My last point is that we used to have a nice database developed by an Australian think tank called ASPI Tracker. So basically using this database, you could check every Chinese researcher with regard to his or her connections to the defense sector in China, for example. Then this database was unfortunately discovered by investment companies from the US, and now a license costs, I believe, 30,000 euro per year. And this is why we are trying to develop a similar thing for Europe within the DLR. And I believe it is a very important point, again, to provide our institutions with security, to provide researchers with security. And I suggest considering taking up this point for the next EURAXESS project, because I believe we can use it a lot. And this topic will continue to be relevant. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for raising. It is indeed a very important point, and I'll actually come back to that point a bit later, because a bit later I want to talk what do we do as part of EURAXESS and what we don't do as part of EURAXESS. Remember, first time I think I was standing in front of you in Nantes, the annual conference, I was very much preaching for, let's go back to the core business. What is the core business? There's a lot of things. Also from my side, I'm always being asked, can we do this with EURAXESS? Can we do more with your left and right? So we will discuss this a bit later all together. But thanks a lot for sharing that yesterday, this topic, while we are, for example, we are all about Choose Europe, let's attract researchers. When you are in a situation where so many applications we receive are coming from countries where we might have some security concerns about, that of course, research security is very important. And I don't know if you remember, like 2 years ago, I gave a presentation here to the BHOs on the foreign interference. At that time, it was just something as we were being paranoia. I think it was the first moments where we brought this forward. Noted. Any other comments from yesterday? I mean, a lot of announcements were yesterday made, right? Some of the things you might have been expecting, the OECD, European Commission collaboration, the observatory, maybe you played a little bit with it. The Europass integration, we'll come back a bit later. Research Comp, RM Comp, the policy updates. Anything that you thought was particularly interesting, or I will please take the microphone here. Mark.
Thank you, Mark from Denmark. I was discussing with different colleagues here, and I think in such a huge group, very many of these topics, they get kind of general, like, oh, in EURAXESS we do, and then we hear about EURAXESS, we know about it, which is fine. But I think that could also be an opportunity to actually show the people, like, what is happening more deep down in EURAXESS. Like, if, for example, there will be 20 minutes maybe with some people here, like what have you been doing in your ERA talent project? Like we have been working for 3 years. A lot of very interesting things are happening, but sharing what we have been doing, that could be very relevant on such an occasion where a lot of different people can hear what we actually do. Because people, they leave and they hear about EURAXESS again, we hear about EURAPASS again, we hear about Resaver again, and of course for us, we all know this information already, but I can bear with that because I'm thinking, okay, people are new, but those people who are new, they can hear something about EURAXESS which is a bit more interesting about some of the topics we have been working on. So that's kind of a remark. Definitely.
Of course, when you're having such a very wide type of audience, I think you have seen one of the first polls was like, who do we have in the audience? You could see it's very, very much a variety of participants. And so there you, of course, you cannot go into much detail because the time is very, very, very limited. But definitely it makes sense to have some dedicated session on EURAXESS. My impression is when I talk about EURAXESS, people know EURAXESS. When I talk about some other initiatives, they don't know. Like when I talk about the research comms, EURAXESS and HR access in research. These are the things that people usually know about quite a lot. Other initiatives, much less. But what can be often confusing about EURAXESS is the network doesn't always get seen. Is it just a job platform? How does it work? Who does what? What kind of services are being provided? So I think that could be a good thing that maybe next year we give an outline about this. We remind them, we have some researchers tell their stories, how they used it, so very much concrete things. Any other thoughts about yesterday?
Well, Elisa from FACIT. So just to react to this, I totally agree with Mark. I think was EURAXESS yesterday had good visibility, I could say, especially when Vera introduced the panel of EURAXESS and EURAPASS interoperability. Also, we were mentioned, in the 20 years of the charter, the idea of this group, creating EURAXESS for certain purpose. And I agree with Mark, we were there, but they were probably not all what we are. And connected with already, as Slaven mentioned, it's a good, today we could do a very good reflection of what we do, not in terms of tools that we have, the portal, the services, the EURA services usually get a little bit hidden, and yesterday were quite well highlighted. But we were linked to mobility yesterday, that was all. And we do a lot more. Actually, I could feel that some maybe, I don't know how to say the percentage, but maybe 50% of our efforts in the few past years have been gone to career development. And we feel that we are not known for that in the sphere, yesterday. And we are very key people. If we continue that path, we are key people for definitely the HR excellence, what the charter, because Pillar 4 of the charter is devoted to professional development and career development of researchers. So let's talk during today about this. Thank you.
Very valid point. Anybody else online? Online, I think we have Svetlana. Svetlana is not with us, but it did not stop her from typing. And Svetlana, of course, we miss you very much. Svetlana asked, I didn't hear well the streaming. Will the materials from the conference be available? From the conference, no, but you will have the streamings. The streams are, I think, maybe online already. There, yeah. So you can watch us. You can watch everything on YouTube. Good. Let's perhaps move on. I'm pretty sure that the discussions of yesterday will also come back a bit later. Let's see what we have on the menu today. A couple of updates from the EC, from the Vera and myself. It's going to be light. We have the monthly meetings. You had your portion of updates yesterday. This time, we're trying a little bit lighter agenda because I don't think it makes a lot of sense to bring people to Brussels and just have them stare at presentations. So it's a bit lighter agenda, and it's more about you interacting with each other, very important for the cohesion. But what is the fun part is today we're continuing the campaign of discovering the two countries. I think today we are, at least for me, we'll be discovering two countries I wish I was right now in, which is Portugal and Malta. So very nice. And I'm going to have a short coffee break, which has been delayed by 15 minutes, I understand. But although the coffee is there all the time, so you can have permanent coffee breaks. And then just before the lunch, two important presentations. The newcomers guide has been updated, and we have Carla and Janka who are going to be talking about this. And then a very important point, which I'm pretty sure it's going to take much more time than I think, which is the discussion on the extranet tools. A lot of work went on the front end of EURAXESS, but if you want to collaborate well, we also need good IT tools. And we will be going to be talking about that. And then in the afternoon, very important, I think Elisa already hinted to it. It's about the next project. It's about what is our core business actually. And then I'm expecting a very good discussion. So very much looking forward. Couple of points from our side. As I said, we're going to keep it short. What I think probably you are curious about is the next project. So yesterday we also had the conference. At the same time, we also had the adaptation, the presentation of the WIDERA work program 26-27. There is this action grant to identify beneficiaries, advancing operational excellence of EURAXESS. We have this I think first time we discussed this was in the previous BHO meetings. We went through the text because it's a bit different process now. We can be a bit more transparent during the drafting stage. So we shared the drafts with you. You received some very good comments. We had a couple of changes since then. The title hasn't changed, right? What also hasn't changed, the budget actually has changed, right? Back in June it was 4.5 million. Now it's 4.9 million. I'll come back to that, but I think the figure is relatively straightforward. The current project is 3 years, 4 million. Things got more expensive, 10% inflation, plus there are some additional activities which are currently not foreseen under this. Then we had over the summer a very democratic and inclusive and transparent selection process of the future coordinator. Very happy that we had an application from FECIT, who is taking the challenge, because I think we should be also, it would be very bad if nobody was volunteering, because we all know it's not an easy project. It's not a small network, and especially the next project, it's going to challenge some of the basics of EURAXESS, right? So it takes some courage to do that. It's not an easy task, right? So I think really grateful for FECIT for having the courage to apply to be a coordinator, and I hope you won't regret it. But I'm sure it won't be easy. The work program was adopted yesterday. No more changes. So now it's like you do it or you don't do it, right? So that's then. Different thing, like in the past, you would see legal entities, you would see like 5 pages of legal entities. Now we changed a bit, as I'm just repeating this. If you remember from June, then this is nothing new. We are going to work more towards, we have a coordinator, and there's going to be some of a consortium being made among the BHOs, and we have to make sure it's only BHOs. So given the specific scope and objectives of this project, the consortium will be composed of organizations designated as EURAXESS bridgehead organizations, appointed by relevant authorities in member states and associated countries. Then another novelty is that on one hand, we want to have long projects because it gives you stability, facilitates long-term thinking. I mean, just keep thinking of the 1-year top-up project. 1 year it's very short time. By the time you get organized, the 1 year has already passed. So we want to have long projects. That's why now the budgets are bigger. The previous project, I mean, the current, still the current project, I think is the longest one, biggest budget. Now we're doing even more budget. But I think 4 years might be too much. 3 years, I think it's like it's kind of a sweet spot. But of course, what's the disadvantage of these things? You're going to make a proposal now, and who knows what the hell you need to do in 3 years' time. So usually we know much better what we need to do tomorrow than in 1 month time. So I think this is let's see, I hope it works well. Instead of having a perfectly detailed proposal for 3 years, you need some kind of umbrella where you show, like, especially with budgets, don't spend 3.5 million in 1 year, So distribute it more or less, see what can be potential workload. But it's the first year you have to be detailed. It's the first year we have to be detailed. And then, like, this time next year, or no, even actually, no, not this time next year. Depends on when the grant starts, but probably in somewhere in 27, early 2027. Then we're going to look for the second year, and a year after we're going to look for the third year. And this is not going to be an overly massive, complicated procedure. It's not another proposal you have to make. This is more something we sit together, we see what makes sense, what we have learned from the year, and then what are the next things to do. And then the conference in the past, this was organized by the European Commission in close cooperation with the BHO of the host country. This year, this is, I think, a better approach because the host country will be much more in charge of organizing it, and they will not depend too much on availability, on financial resources, on financial procedures from the Commission. So if we just look in the past, and we don't have anybody from Poland here, and I think the colleagues that were from France are not longer, I mean, I think there's been a change in the BHO from France, right? So they could see that they could secure the venue, but then by the time we have our, all the machinery process, all the paperwork, that we can sign a contract, we lose a lot of time. And I think this will make it much easier for the local organizers, as they will have a little bit more freedom to do so. And the timeline, I'll update you a bit later. Today I will receive the opening date and the closing date confirmations. Maybe I have already received it, because everything is real time nowadays. All right, so real time. The opening of the date I don't have, but the closing date should be 12th of March. And I don't think 12th March 26. So I don't think the opening date matters a lot, because you start preparing, you have the action description in the work program since yesterday. Nothing is, it's pretty much set in stone. But the 12th of March, it has to be there. It has to be of good quality. It's going to be evaluated. It's a grant to identify beneficiary. Don't take it for granted. This club should know that proposals can fail. And if the proposals fail, then there is not like exams in school. There's no second session, no studying over the summer. Then we are 1 year without the project. Then I have to hope for an amendment, squeeze it somewhere. By the time it's adopted and we can start, we are late 26, early 27. So really, please do your homework, take it serious. The coordinator is, I know you're taking it extremely seriously, but I hope it goes well. And I hope a little bit this, you don't have to be super descriptive for 3 years. I hope it helps a bit, right? So, good. Any questions about this? We are going to discuss the content. Elisa will be speaking about this in the afternoon, but any questions about these novelties? Everybody feels comfortable with all these changes?
If I feel I have to say something. Well, it's like Slaven said, for us, thank you for putting us the responsibility to lead this. We really appreciate it. We have also a very good discussion in Rome, and thank you for all of you that you show yourself happy about us being the coordinators. Let's see in the middle of a project what you think. No, but nevertheless, talking now seriously. For us, probably there is a lot of changes to the usually project calls that we have been used to. So there's been a lot of, definitely the biannual conference needs a lot of collaboration between the host. The one is going to be first, then there's going to be another one, so it's two, so it will be a whole process there. And definitely the annual year plan, since the first time we read it, we were quite scared, I must say. The whole net was like, what does it mean? Because it was new. Now it's a matter now that we know what it is, I think we have a plan. And a little bit more developed because we need to, and I will let you know, but probably, although it's not connected with financial, the financial reporting is not connected with the actual REA reporting, but we need to think about it because maybe it's needed to connect it just for the sake of not being all the time reporting, because it will be very consuming for us. So, but this is the novelties that I would like to comment, that we felt a little bit wow at the beginning, but now we're more, we know, we have an idea of how to do it. And when it comes the time to talk about the project, that is not going to be so much, this afternoon we're not going to talk about the details so much, we're going to talk about the content. That is the model, you know that, because the call asked for it. So then maybe, I don't want you to get out of the room saying, oh my God, what's going to be this working plan? You're generally, we have a plan, so it's okay. And we will discuss it, probably get ready after Christmas, because these details will be, very, communicated to all of you the best we can. Thanks.
I think you have just opened the Pandora's box. There is a hand job. Milan?
Thank you. I would personally appreciate some practical tips of how these cut-off dates for the project planning would work, because normally when we do the work plans, we either do it or not. We cannot do it on a high level of detail or low level of detail. In order to have budget planning, in order to know what is our 3-year budget, we have to do some planning also in advance, and that's generally not a problem, But does this mean that there is some pivoting maybe involved in each of those days? Maybe that we could discard some of the activities, introduce some others, maybe change deliverables. Are we going to plan for deliverables at cutoff days? What about the activities that span across more periods? So a little bit of some practical things you could share, it would be great.
Website? Question about the website.
Anait from Armenia. I think it would be nice, just a suggestion, to have a website for the project itself, not only EURAXESS, maybe a microsite somewhere, because that makes both the life easier of the people within the communication work package and the partners itself, because it's a huge project, and we sometimes don't know who has done what and where is that, the exploitable results, the outcomes. So maybe the project itself could have a page or a website.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. No, I definitely sense there's a lot of, and I think that's discussed in the past, especially in the context of the hubs, like where do we put our stuff? Now, the reality is, the fact that you are not aligned among yourself should not be that you need to create a website. It means that you have to be aligned among yourself in a Teams environment or something else. And what is very important is going to be, and I think maybe this is the moment we can get it right. We need to avoid producing things that nobody's going to read or listen to or watch or whatsoever. So less but good stuff, and that we actually, I mean, produce less, but better. And that has a purpose and it has a place in the current structure, which is of course very easy to say because where do you set the boundaries? But we need to make it much visible what is being done, and the question of Mark, like maybe next year, I mean, maybe it's going to be too early next year at the conference, but there has to be also moments where we are showing all the work that is being done, definitely. About the practicalities. So you need to earmark, you need to know names of the work packages over the 3 years, more or less. But you don't need to declare, you don't need to, for year 2, year 3, you don't need to put every nitty-gritty there. But you need to have an idea on how much financial resources this might take. You need to have some kind of contingency to move between the things. And when you are doing your annual plan, well, this is your annual plan. Then you say, we are going to hopefully not shift too much. The budgetary questions are, you don't want to be shifting the budget too much because you don't want to have budget discussions every year, right? But if there are some minor, if there is some less progress made on in one work package and there is something unexpected in work package 2, then you can make these changes during the annual work plan. And of course, because otherwise, what would be the flexibility if you need to have now every euro vested, earmarked for year 2 and year 3 and not have any, so of course this flexibility has to be there. Yeah. And I guess in the beginning you'll be a little bit more careful with your spending because you don't know what's going to happen in year 2 and year 3, and this is very normal and also takes time to get the machinery rolling like we see now, the current project. If you see the spending year by year, it's pretty much year 3 is extremely, it's very heavy on the spending. So I think you can also learn from that a little bit, but you should have some kind of high-level work packages described with some potential budget you might need. For year 1, you should be a bit more detailed. I do agree we have to look at aligning reporting and all these things because reporting is a necessary evil. It needs to be done. My colleagues from REA are very strict about it. I personally, I just need to see the work that's being done, and it makes sense what is being done. So reporting is always after something has taken place, and then you cannot really do much anymore. Any other questions about this? It might come up a bit later, right? When we
deliverables for all 3 years at the beginning or not?
I think you need to know the deliverables for the year 1, and you need to know for year 2 and year 3 in which are the things you'll be working. I have a bit of detail on this. And I will debrief the evaluators accordingly so they don't start saying, oh, why didn't you earmark every penny in the year 3? Good. Closing date, 12th of March. Opening date, I will hear maybe today. A couple of other points. EURAXESS interoperability, you heard about it, we have been talking about it for some time, now it is there. I don't know if you want to say something about something, because yesterday was like general stuff at EURAPASS, and we need to give a lot of employment. Colleagues also worked hard on this, so we needed to also give them stage time, but we couldn't go into much detail about EURAXESS, so maybe.
Yeah, good morning, first of all, to all of you. I feel like we rushed into this meeting quickly. So first of all, I just want to say I'm super happy to see you all in one space. This is really the favorite moments when it comes to EURAXESS activities on my part as well, because I feel like we really get to the core of the actual EURAXESS activities that are happening out there. So this is, for me, selfishly speaking, really helpful as well as I get to hear from all of you. So very much looking forward to all the discussions that will happen today. I just wanted to mention regarding the interoperability, I mean, there's not much to say really more when it comes to the technical elements. You've heard it 1,000 times. We've presented it in various meetings, so not much to add, but I just wanted to say that if you do get questions in your own context from a national level and so on, we have published a news item now on the European portal that has a dedicated frequently asked questions section on it. So any sort of general questions you might be getting on your side, you'll be able to also refer to this question, unless they're super complicated, and then we will need to reassess. But the most general questions are answered in this news item. I don't know, are there any questions regarding this whole process at this point, or are you sick and tired of hearing about it at this point? Okay. Okay. She's going to announce being sick and tired.
It was a question, and because for me there was something that it was not clear from yesterday. EURAXESS is playing very nicely, and especially with a new model with the EI, but also they were saying that they were doing this alignment between matching the research, the ESCO competences with obviously the offers, in databases. My question is it also EURAXESS jobs offer will feed this model or not?
At this point, no.
No, I imagine that at this point, no.
No, at this point, no. It was a bit like we were alluding to yesterday. Will there be future possibilities to further develop this? We don't know, but I think because, of course, all of the jobs that EURAXESS provides, they're connected to EURAXESS, and they're very, very diverse, different sectors, different fields, everything. Yeah. So creating that connection, if this interoperability was complicated, I can only imagine what that would take. So at this point, no, it's not. It's not in the pipeline. No.
And it's also about the added value, right? So EURAXESS jobs, employment agencies. I think we have somebody, go on EURAXESS, and in some countries you will find so many jobs. In some countries, you might find maybe 5 for jobs, whatever. So it's because it depends on what the employment agencies are collecting and what they are sharing. These are all kinds of jobs, all kinds of jobs. And EURAXESS is specific for researchers. So us sharing jobs with EURAXESS, it can be. I think why I'm more interested in this is only because you have this initiative called EU Talent Pool, where EURAXESS will be promoted around the world, right? So then this is where I see people might not discover EURAXESS, they might discover EURAXESS, and they support them through EURAXESS, they discover EURAXESS, right? So this is where I see the added value. But for the time being, I think this is not very much needed. And but what is actually good is, because if you look at this interoperability, the question is, what does this actually mean? Okay, now one profile can be used, but where are we going with this, right? And I think we can be a bit more transparent in this group, right? Don't say it outside. What we are looking at, how can we bring more of the application process to EURAXESS? People post jobs, people find jobs on EURAXESS, and then go to the organization's website. And for some organizations, this is how they want to have it, right? For some organizations, they want to have the application process ideally on the same thing. And this is very much the idea behind it. You find a job on EURAXESS, you apply on EURAXESS, the HR professional sees, all the candidates in the same template on EURAXESS. So this is the idea what we want to do on the job function part over the years, to bring more the job application process to the EURAXESS, and this is where you need this profile. We could have made our own profile, but I think this is the core business of EURAXESS. They're doing good. All the time they're connected to ESCO. ESCO has also been updated 2 years ago with the qualifications and the research-related transversal skills. So also this is in line, and we will continue to try to, I would say, take advantage of what they are doing, like what they're doing now with the smart CV. I think it's smart. We can also try to get it there. The CV builder, the motivation letter builder, why should we do this on our own? They are doing it, they're doing it good. And we just have to see, what do we customize? What do we customize for researchers? Like, maybe for the integration with ORCID, so we can have a full profile and things like that. But that's a bit of the idea where we are going next. This brings us to the IT stuff, right? So IT stuff, that we're working with a company, net company Intrasoft, who is supporting us with a lot of IT things. I think in the past, especially during the revamp work, they're also very much involved. I think 2 years ago, I think it was this room, we had a card sorting exercise, I believe. So, of course, this collaboration with them is like any collaboration. Contracts expire. This one expires in end of January next year, and it's going to be a new contractor in place, right? It is a transparent procedure. whoever has the best offer will win. It might be the same guys, it might be the new guys. If it is the new guys, they will need some time to get used to it. If it is the same guys, then things might be easier, but at the end, this is procurement by procurement. It doesn't give extra points for being already for having been already involved in the past. Third point I wanted to bring, and I think it's also connected to research security. Not connected to research security, but the idea behind the thing, why I brought this, is also connected to research security. So, innovation. I'm constantly being asked what EURAXESS can do more about innovation. And we did some thinking, right? And I just want to share what my thought is, because also this might help a little bit for the next project. I don't think innovation is a core business of EURAXESS. It's having different needs, different audiences. I don't think EURAXESS can be the initiative when it comes to supporting entrepreneurs, investors, contact with VCs. I don't think this is going to work. I know in the past there have been even some discussions a few years ago about it. What I do see is the role of EURAXESS being the first contact point when there's a researcher who is considering entrepreneurship. Researcher who is considering entrepreneurship, they might have a connection with EURAXESS, and this is where EURAXESS can already be kind of the first support line for those, but not to send people that come to Europe to start an enterprise to EURAXESS, right? And so from my side, I've been very much shielding. Like, I think if you like over the past, a lot of things have been always put on top of EURAXESS. My approach is not to put more stuff on EURAXESS, to maybe even slim it down, and to do these things really, really good. And so when it comes to the innovation, I think that should be the angle for EURAXESS. And if you saw there was at some point we need to do some more on innovation, and we created this innovation talent platform which we host on EURAXESS, where we kept it isolated from EURAXESS, not to intervene too much with EURAXESS business. And now what is being developed is called the innovation platform. Innovation platform, it's not much, I think you cannot read much about it online yet, which is for mid next year. But the colleagues seem to be taking it quite serious from the beginning. And this is going to be a platform with potentially some kind of network behind to be seen, but definitely a platform focus in the beginning, which will very much focus on supporting those entrepreneurs, right? So what I want to say, I think this might help us a little bit in the future to not be dragged too much into something which I think does fall outside our core business. Of course, national networks, you have quite a lot of flexibility what you do, but this was just my my comment on that. And then I'll come back to the research security, right? Can EURAXESS perform due diligence? You have somebody from Iran. Are you able to say, this researcher, I think it's safe if we let them enter or not?
Very relevant question. Just a short example from me, maybe. In my organization, when the question came up, we shall be hiring someone from, I don't know, India or China. Nobody outside our small, very small EURAXESS group had any idea or consideration or whatever for this issue. So we at least raised concern and called attention to this point. Couldn't help much, but then first thing we did was, okay, we had this presentation 1 year ago on security issues. We pointed the HR team towards this to be considered. So I could help, and I did see ourselves as having a role in this. Not very deep, but still.
Yeah, definitely we will not be able to say no, yes, one, this one, no, whatever, for sure. But I agree with Adam that due to our responsibilities and duties regarding entry conditions, the data that we deal with and the connections that we have also with external affairs, internal affairs, because when you issue a visa, there is a lot of public administration going on, and at least in Spain we have try to nurture these good connections with these entities because it's not easy. We monitorize somehow the amount of visa, the types of visa, and then we are seeing things that we don't think that is good for institutions for the reasons that Vitaly has explained at the very beginning, and we can flag to the institutions, to the external affairs, maybe we need to check a little bit more, so we have a role, definitely I see a role there. What we also can do, I think, is capacity building. I mean, FECID, FECID is wearing a lot of hats, as many as you here, and this is not a EURAXESS role in FECID, but we are entitled we developed the national strategy of research security. EURAXESS team is being called to this working group because human resources. This is just because we have connections with the institutions for human resources. Obviously, what I said about the entry conditions, so we are involved. Maybe one of the things that we could do as EURAXESS is our EURAXESS centers, all the members of EURAXESS, that is the institutions, not our EURAXESS service centers, we can also do capacity building somehow, exchange of practices, sharing practices and so on. So I think the role there, definitely not to say, yes, this one, yes, that one, no, because that institutional level, at least in Spain.
Okay, great. I would like to share Irish aspect as well in this, in this field, because we are very experienced in and involved in visas for non-EU researchers. And obviously, this is not the role of EURAXESS and also Irish Universities Association, where EURAXESS is placed to do the security assessment. But there is an immigration service in Ireland, and they obviously decide if the individual should get a visa or not. But now, I think it's a year or long, visas for Iranians take ages to process. It's sometimes a year or longer, especially if it comes to family members. And what is happening, many groups, PIs, actually recruit people from Iran because they have reasons for it. And then they are crying because these people never come. And there is big issue with funding, issue with timelines. And what they are doing, they are coming to me begging, please do something, please do something. What you can do, it's absolutely impossible. It's so frustrating. So how I see the role is just trying to explain these people, think carefully, because we are not living in an ideal world, if you like it or not. This is reality. If you have a candidate, you need to take this aspect also into consideration, how long it would take to get this individual physically to Europe. You can collaborate online. There are many other possibilities of collaboration. But if you want a physical person in the country, like Ireland, for example, many other countries, there will be consequences. And you cannot do anything because, immigration is very complex. It's not one person who is deciding. This is a long process. Yeah, and it's culturally extremely difficult in Ireland, extremely, because you cannot speak loudly about this is discrimination, oh, everybody is equal. Of course, this is true, but the reality is different, So I see the role like this. Whenever I speak, I'll always mention that, please think about it. Please think about it. PIs, HR, then you need to have this realization, what it means to recruit people from certain nationalities now, and it will not be better. Thank you.
Zuzana from Czech Republic. We are not only BHO, but we are also the service center, and we see the request from institutes of Czech Academy of Sciences and from universities to provide the services of due diligence. And we have already contacted the Ministry of Interior. We had the workshop for our network, which was only for 2 hours, and that's not sufficient. And we plan to include this in our services. So.
The way I see, I think what we can do, we can share experience with each other. Like we have 2 people at our university hired only for this. So only at one university we have 2 people employed, making sure that we employed the right people and they come from the right places. And one is even, we hired somebody from the secret services in Denmark. And it's just an example. And we have 8 universities, and every single university has at least one person, and we already have an internal network. So I don't think we are able in EURAXESS to take these decisions. But I think there are some people, they have experience, and some haven't, but they are interested in doing something. So I think here we can really share experiences and make sure that people who start from scratch, that they don't make the mistakes we made in the beginning. And then we can also learn from other people who are maybe in the same level or are developing it in the future.
Tuba from TÜBİTAK Turkey. Maybe just a short example or explanation about where those Iranians are. They might be in Turkey because we have the similar problems. I know, I understand very well. We have this problem of getting visa, even if they are European or non-European. They have to get the visa or work permit or residence permit. The only thing that we could do, because we are TÜBİTAK, the Scientific and Technological Research Council, and we are also at the same time the National Coordination Office for the Horizon Europe. So if this is a EU-funded project, it means that how to say it? It's just like official paper they are getting from TÜBİTAK and saying that this is a EU-funded project that they are applying to come to Turkey. So it makes the things easier to get the visa or working permit or residence permit. So it helps the Iranians, the Pakistanis, and also any European one wanting to come to Turkey. So maybe it is the easiest way to get the things done, maybe I can say. So it's just an example.
Next time, definitely more time for this topic, but...
No, I just wanted to say, to finish with the research security, if we finish, or maybe someone else wants to make a comment, because I will make a comment of the innovation role of EURAXESS as well.
Hello. Do you hear me?
We do hear you, whoever you might be.
This is Siri welcoming you from Estonia. I really want to comment also.
I haven't seen your hands, but we felt your presence here. Siri, yes, thanks for taking the floor. Yeah.
Sorry for intervening like that, exactly for the reason you didn't see my hand. Because I also wanted to, actually it's interesting what Turkey just said, because I also wanted to bring in my view on this topic. I strongly believe that EURAXESS cannot do due diligence. It's very interesting. Would be interesting one day to hear from Czech experience on that, how they are going to be able to cover this. Because I think I have a super example about it. When there was a Marie Curie funded researcher who was supposed to go to I think to Ukraine, and because of the start of the war, the person couldn't, but was from Iran, if I know correctly, and Iran and the Estonian embassy or the ministry, or I don't remember if it was for Visa, probably Ministry of External Affairs. So they didn't give the visa, and the only thing that the Estonian Research Council could do was do something that the Turkey just said, to give an extra letter to the applicant to go to our own embassy that this is a trustable program that is wanting to fund this researcher, and but we never in EURAXESS capacities, we would not know all the dangers that is fully relying on the Ministry of External Affairs and Inferior, so Internal Affairs. So we. I also see that, as Adam and Elisa said, I see again, like with innovation, the signposting and maximum organizing trainings. And for example, in Estonian case, my role as a EURAXESS coordinator is not needed because our Secret Service is regularly having workshops, meetings, trainings with our academic institutions on that topic.
Thanks,
So not the compulsory element of EURAXESS anyhow, I would say. Possible for those who can do it, but not the compulsory element.
Thanks a lot. Siri, last comment? We'll get to you, Vitaly. And we haven't even started with innovation yet.
Hello, I'm from Bulgaria. I just wanted to say that we can never be sure about anything because on the meeting of one of the projects that we work on for refugees, there was a case shown that one of the beneficiaries of the project who already got the visa, go through all of the procedures of the project and receive financial support. Later had some terroristic posts in social media, and because of that, all of the project was declined. The European Commission did not finance the whole project. So we are not fortune tellers to know how the people will react and how they will develop. So I don't know.
Thanks a lot. So we have an agenda point for the next BHO meeting. But the thing is, by the time we have next BHO meeting, the proposal will be already submitted and hopefully evaluated. So I think I'll just share a few points and then I'll pass the floor to Vitaly because he triggered this. I mean, I think it's good that he brought this up because it means that it is living in a network. But I'll give you my 50 cents on this. So I don't think most of us have security clearance. I mean, I do, but I cannot access most of this stuff, right? Only if there is a need to know basis. So like to be really able to do due diligence, it is not for us. It is usually, and I think there are very good cases. The Netherlands, I was keep praising the Dutch case where they have the Center for Knowledge Security, which is economic affairs, internal affairs, a couple of different things, created this thing, and you send them an application and it goes who knows where. We're not supposed to know where it goes. We don't know, we're not supposed what type of databases are they having. Maybe they're paying for the license of AppSpeed, but this goes much further than AppSpeed, right? And these are the guys, but even when you get their reports, you're like, it's never black and white. Even they're like, yeah, we think there might be an issue. We are not really sure. At least the person exists according to that name. It seems they worked at that university, and that university might have some kind of connections, but might not have. It is a very slippery slope. And from EURAXESS, I don't think we are the one that has to make a decision. Or usually it's also somebody higher up that has to be able to sign or not. And unfortunately, what we do see often, when it's a gray zone, they don't like to take the risk because you never know. And sometimes it can also be practical things. It takes simply too much time to get somebody from outside. Now, that being said, does it mean that EURAXESS has no role? Of course it does, because there is the really detailed due diligence that is done by probably intelligence services and often connected to the visa applications. But what is being developed more and more are these type of, do you see any red flags, some checklists, some, I mean, it's never that simple, but like as simple as possible, guidelines for people who are dealing with concrete situations. So at least they know when they need to escalate these things. Maybe if there is an AppSpeed, they can maybe already do something. Maybe there is it really depends on the country. There are some blacklisted, whitelisted, gray zone countries. Each country has a bit different thing. And this is actually what's happening across Europe. Research security, very important. The member states are learning from each other, but the clear implementations are very, very, very diverse. So I think it is good that there's a competence building in the next project about this, but do not think you're able to sort it out. And in a cross-border setting, anything which is intelligence related, it is very limited cooperation, I would say. These are home affairs, above European affairs even. So this is my take on this for the next project. But EPSP not being accessible, Commission is also working on something, more about institutions. It will always be like, the spectrum, where you will probably get some result which is saying you have to be cautious or not, or maybe these are the next steps. But it's also, this is going to take years. I think by the time the next project is finished, I hope there's much more concrete initiatives in place.
Thank you, Slaven. And thank you all for your reactions. I believe we can see that the situation in Europe is similar everywhere. And let me clarify one thing. I'm not talking about ourselves taking the responsibility for security screening. We see, and this is similar in Germany, like Mark said, at some institutions we already have dedicated personnel doing the screening and being responsible for, and at some institutions it's different. They just HR resources, if they are required to provide an employment contract to a researcher from Iran, they are of course reaching out to the international office or welcome center or whatever. You are responsible, do it for us. And of course they are not able to do so. So my point is, and we were talking about interoperability, as Slaven said, this is a huge topic for the next years and decades, and I believe this is interconnected with all mobility-related issues. Magda was talking about visa delays, and knowing about the security screening, you understand why this is happening. And in my opinion, we would highly benefit from including this topic in our profile. So I'm not talking about doing it ourselves. We are not capable of that, this is clear, but providing some guidelines for our institutions. We have over 100 EURAXESS centers in Germany, and they are all more or less affected by this topic, and I see this is similar everywhere. So in my opinion, we can't avoid taking this on board. Thank you.
I think the coordinators have listened to it, and it's going to be followed by some discussion. It's going to be much more complicated than we are now. Dual use, lists left and right, what could be done, what can be done. So it's going to be a heavy one. And I mentioned yesterday, we need to make it easier for researchers to come to Europe. And I think we will go probably towards kind of a two-speed approach. On one hand, choose Europe, come earlier to come to Europe. This has to be faster, right? If you look at the Students and Researchers Directive, I think it's 90 days for them to look at the application. It's too much, it has to be shorter. At the same time, you're having the research security. So I guess we are going to be ending in a situation where we will have fast-track procedures and as fast as possible procedures, which are still relatively slow. You want to say something on innovation. I think on innovation we can also have. But I think this is why we're bringing this up. You'll be drafting the proposal. You need to know how far do you go in some things. And innovation?
Innovation topic, as you tackle it, because I've been asked, not by EURAXESS centers, but yes, by EURAXESS members, so institutions in Spain, can we do something about public-private collaboration? Can we do something about putting together, investors with researchers to maybe open spin-offs and so on? And for us, definitely, we say, well, EURAXESS, I'm not sure is the place. Definitely at national level in FECID, no, this is not the place, because we have a similar broader, as to us that do these kind of things, but obviously we can coordinate if this is the case. But that's from my national perspective. I can imagine that from other national perspectives it's different, but definitely we need to make an agreement on this, because otherwise we will be pulling, each other to different places that it could be not beneficial for the whole network, especially for not what we do and what we do. But what we see our role in innovation for EURAXESS, for the career development support. And this is also how basically doing pedagogic in my networks, okay, we have different career paths. Someone can stay in academia, doing the classical fundamental research, bottom up, blah, blah, blah. But someone can go to the private sector, someone can really transition it to research managers maybe, or to whatever in the labor market. And then, but someone can also become an entrepreneur. That doesn't mean what we can provide is training for transversal skills. I mean, pure career development support. Of course, you need to engage with the stakeholders, because if you are going to provide a training to know how to do your pitch, how to look for investors, if you bring investors to the table that tell you how to do it, you will do. But this is very different that do a B2R matchmaking event. It's very different. So I see the role of EURAXESS there.
Thank you, Ylva from Austria. Echoing this, I would also very much support, and I'm sure we will look at that very closely, that we have a very good interaction, a good pipeline, so to speak, an information pipeline, an awareness pipeline from EURAXESS with all the things we're doing. Mindset, a researcher who has many career options on their radar very early. This, I think, fits perfectly. So we just have to think of a good interface. ERA Talent Platform says it all. We need to have these things very visible for the visitors and to think what we can actually do. But I think it plays well into those structures that already are established.
Thanks a lot. So I think this is a similar approach as with research security. We do have a role, but we have to know how far it goes. And it is a career track. We have to actually even promote it. So we have to continue working on this. And I think what Startup Hub has been doing, like these very basic things, like not very basic, very advanced things, Milan, but like providing first-line support, right? This is not for somebody who has been already opening their 10th startup. It's for those researchers who have an idea and they're not really, they don't know what to do. And maybe they want to become entrepreneurs, maybe they want to find an entrepreneur, right? But this is, and again, a very specialized topic. And I think if we try to do it very good from EURAXESS, I don't think we are able to do it from EURAXESS. So from the Commission side, I said, yes, let's do innovation, but let's do it as part of the EIC. They will get a lot of budget next year. They have already connections with the VCs and the investor agents and the startups. If they create a platform, they will have the users already. We won't have the users. They will have the users. They will know the users. They will know what the needs are. And they will be able to continuously adjust. Otherwise, if we enter too much into the innovation side, we will be pretty distanced from the users, and we will have somebody telling us what to do about it, probably at European level, but also at national level. I guess you have some other colleagues doing with innovation, and you will be actually saying, but it is sacrificing my EURAXESS work, which is, nobody is replacing EURAXESS work, so we shouldn't be replacing everybody else's work.
Thank you. I just thinking why you have those items. Our network, by definition, we are a service center or service organization. So what is innovation? The mandate of our network was expanded to career development, and in that a big issue is the intersectorial mobility and not innovation. We are not capable to judge, to select or whatever, just to foster and to help, to assist, to give information about intersectorial activities. I mean, between industry mainly or high tech or whatever, the second and the third sectors. And that's it, it's very simple.
I agree. All right, we have to wrap it up here, but I think also important reflection, next project, Because when you are overwhelmed with everything what is important, you have to know where do you put yourself. Fourth point, EURAXESS, and actually I see that a question from Siri about this, asking who is building this innovation platform. It's built within the European Commission. There are colleagues dealing with IT, and they're working, I think they're working with Accenture on this. So maybe next BHO meeting, we can invite them to present it. Fourth point, I know many of you are having different hats. Some of you wanted to be also in the other room on the HR Info Day. Yes?
May I
yeah.
make another short comment? This one really short, I promise. Looking at the point interoperability and new IT contract, just a short remark. I briefly spoke to Vera yesterday about this topic. I believe sooner or later we will be required to introduce some AI-based solutions also for the EURAXESS portal. And I just would like to encourage to explore to what extent it is technically possible and to what extent it is meaningful in terms of content, because somehow I believe we can't avoid working with AI in the future. Thank you.
Well, I like technology a lot, so I think I'm very much curious about this as well. But good thing is that we are not the first ones jumping on the train. I remember AI Nantes conference. So let's get the topic on AI. I think it was Milan who were you moderating it? Like long time before the boom right now. If we have to see what makes sense, definitely. We need to make what makes sense. What is also the reality, and maybe somebody will prove me wrong, is that it's difficult to get IT experts in AI right now who can do this. So you see all these amazing things, and I know you can do a lot of through APIs and off-the-shelf solutions. When you start putting them into very complex commission IT environment, it gets a bit more complicated, right? So, so it's going to be, it is definitely out there. We want to make it simpler, and I think there's still so much that could be done. With the revamp, we had this matchmaking, which is much more based on the keywords in your profile. Maybe this is old school of doing things. It doesn't really learn also from you. We can look into that. But I think where I see a lot of hope is AI being helping us navigate the complexity of the content that we have. A big issue is there's so much content being created, all the projects work that is being done. If you put it all on the website, it's going to get all confusing, but you can put it into a database, and then maybe AI can take out of it what they need, what the user wants to hear, without us showing everything up to them. So the full menu. So this is also where I see some hopes. But okay, once you start on this topic, supporting service centers, any FAQs, these type of things. So next IT project, there is this, and we'll be also looking at the app. Well, it's on their phone. People are looking for jobs on their phones. So this could be one of those IT developments as well.
And this brings me, you touched the topic of the website, you know. And definitely as a coordinator for next project, if we are thinking to do any kind of development of a website, whatever, I mean, I'm talking about the main EURAXESS central portal, bear in mind, please, that these guys are doing most of this. I mean, they are the gatekeepers and they do the job. So we need to have a very good conversation before even thinking what to do, because otherwise we will put tasks in the project that then they will not be reflected, and we were all being very disappointed. So please, yeah, bear in mind that. And of course, we will ask to commission to collaborate also what is possible, what is not possible. In terms of databases, in terms of search engines, in terms of AI, and wherever. Otherwise, we develop things and then we encounter with a problem. Other things are outputs, and then we'll see maybe difference here. We can talk.
Yes, sir.
I'll try to be short. I'm always short. I think that two major things for our network is, first of all, to have our identity. There is parallel activities all around, and we have to have our identity, what really you are, and focus on that. And on the other hand, we have to be relevant. And for that, I suggest that we will add and think about entrepreneurship. I must say, in my country, in Israel, we are a startup nation, but it's mandatory to have not only the universities, and not only in science and so, but also in art and so, entrepreneurship as a way of life, or how to act, how to do, what to do, why you are doing it, and what could be the added value, even to go to the primary school. And this is the program. And I think that we have to strive to use AI instruments and so as a way of working, and of that to have training and whatever is possible, because this is the future. It's the most important revolution. You know, we're talking about the second, third, and fourth industrial revolution. This is not industrial, but this is the real revolution which is changing us. So I think it's not a bad idea. We have a new project to focus on those things that will keep us relevant and to keep our identity. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Easter. Last BHO, we had John Barley with us. He was presenting how to deal with AI. And since then, I think the AI output of that is being, definitely on social media, it has been much better. So now we cannot see if you're so good at AI that we cannot see you using AI. So fourth point, and then we move on. We are 40 minutes behind. I think that's the record delay until now. But it means that we are touching on important topics, right? The fourth point, HR Excellency Research Awards development. It was touched a bit yesterday. Some of you might be knowing about it. On the HR Excellency Research Awards, there's been it's a lot of work, right? We have one person, 750 plus awarded institutions, all the IT matters, contracts with those doing the controls and follow-ups, and doesn't work. I mean, works now, but it's not really made for growth. So what we are doing here, and this is actually official now, I would say. We're going to be keeping the control at Commission. We're going to be outsourcing a lot of operational work to an external provider. This should help to tackle the backlog. This should help to have a much faster response. And it should help us to go to the next stage, which is having much more organizations part of it. Because at this stage, we have been promoting a lot HR Excellency Research because we can simply not follow the workload that gets associated with it. So I hope that on this point especially, I want to bring it up to you, especially as I know that some of you are also very much involved in it, but it could be an interesting development of its own improvement of operational excellence, but each initiative is changing in a different way. On reseller, a lot of things has been changed. On HR excellence, totally different approach. And I think in the next years, we're looking at EURAXESS. Let's move on to a nice place. We have Anna Margarita with us. Take your time, Anna. Let us dream a bit.
Thank you. Thank you, Slaven, for the invitation. Good morning. I have. Okay, this is the geographical situation of Portugal. Many of you, of course, are aware, but we have the continent, and we have two archipelagos, the Madeira and the Azores. Okay, okay. So this is a description of the mainland. It's not a very big country. And it is located in the Atlantic coast on one side and with a land border with Spain on the other. The total population is 10,074,635 people. And there is a number of 11 researchers per 1,000 active population in 2021. We had a population of researchers in 365 full-time researchers also in 21. So this is the number. In fact, this number is above the European average, the number of full-time researchers. This is the sea and the beach. I hope you like it. And this is Praia do Camilo, somewhere in the Algarve in Portugal. This is just to relax a bit. And then we joined ERAMOR, so the previous network with name ERAMOR, European Research Area MORE. And we belong to the network from the very beginning of the network in June 2004 with 14 members. Most of us at ERAMOR were Marie Curie and CPs, so there was this common issue of mobility, as you know. The BHO was based in the Office for International Relations of Science and Higher Education, RISES. This is where I, in fact, belong before FCT. Today, the Portuguese network has 12 members, the majority being universities spread across the country, including the islands of Azores and Madeira. The BHO is presently based at the Foundation for Science and Technology in Lisbon. Oops. So this is the number of EURAXESS centers. We have one up north, and two, in fact, one in Minho and University of Trás-os-Montes. Here there are two service centers, one at University of Porto and then at I3S, which is a research institution in Porto on in the areas of health sciences. Then this is Coimbra. This is Beira Interior, which is the interior region called Beira. And this is 3 in Lisbon and 1 in the Algarve. This is the Azores with 9 islands. This is the island of San Miguel, which is the main one and the capital, put it like that. And this is Madeira. Okay, at the launching of the network, our Portuguese public universities were members of ERAMOR, and several events took place to launch the network at national level in view of tackling the key issue at the time, its visibility. In fact, there were people organizing events at the different universities. Human resources at the BHO at the present, it's 2 persons part, at that time was 2 persons part-time. So this was quite comfortable in terms of work. Trainings, I just mentioned one. I don't have photos, I'm sorry. I would like to include, but I don't have them. But there was a real good initiative organizing, funded by a top project. This is organized a major event with speakers from all ministries involved and invited all representatives of the network to attend. It was a great success. It was a great success for various reasons, because people get to know each other We were in a nice hotel. We had plenty of time for getting together, and the trainings were super. It was really a nice thing. I wonder, I would love to do it again. There's no funding at all, so it's a problem. And this is University of Coimbra. It gives the name to the Coimbra Group, which is a network of universities, and my home city. I was born here, not here. And this is the Algarve. I just wanted to give an idea of how different times they are. This is a new university, and also with great beaches down there. You see the Atlantic. It's over there. So this is Faro. The University of Algarve is in Faro. Main tasks of the PT-BHO at present. This is one request from Vera to include this information. The update of information in the portal. We try to, more than ever, try to get the information from the ministries that are involved in these different themes of the portal. The participation of BHOs in projects, not to forget the reportings. I had the reportings, then I take it out, but reporting is really a hard task for me. Identification of members' needs and organization of trainings and webinars. This has been done several times. Sometimes it's difficult to understand who can help in a ministry like finance, for instance. It's not easy to find the right person. Then the promotion of events and webinars with the project, within the project, of course, the other talent that Jessica sends us or someone else to promote within the network. This is something that I do quite often. And then the support of the Seal of Excellence application. This is not a very big task because I, in fact, contact someone who offered to help with his experience and to make the people in contact. Okay, this is a light task. So the Portuguese network today, the number of persons involved in the EURAXESS BHO is 1 person part-time. I work for other networks, in fact. And support for the updating of the portal, 1 person when necessary, is not really, is from the communication office of the FCT. So, okay, we manage. Universities comprise a huge number of faculties. This is one of the main obstacles for me in order to put people working together. Universities comprise a huge number of faculties and dispersed R&D centers. Should EURAXESS have the role of multipliers of information? I mean, it's difficult to have in Lisbon, for instance, at the University of Lisbon, have about 18 institutions, different faculties and institutes. And how can the service be provided to people with such a spared institutions? What I believe is that people are welcomed at a very level of teamwork or something, maybe a secretary or could help with welcoming international researchers. But at the almost project levels or at faculty levels, and there's not a professional person organized in that sense. So I think that this could be, EURAXESS centers could have the role of multipliers. So everything that I would send them, they could share within their faculties. And then organize some regional information booklet for people in the center, in the faculties to use for their daily work. This is a suggestion that I made. I don't know. I would love to know more how to make spread the information about EURAXESS, in fact. And recently, the WHO launched a survey of the needs of the network members with the main purpose of getting their views on the advantage of being part of the network and how to improve the support to the researchers. So this is my final. This is my final. This is my big challenge at the moment. Let's hope that some suggestions will come, but the difficulties are quite a few. Okay, thank you very much.
I'll find another one. Careful for the cable out there. I'm pretty sure, thank you for your honest presentation. Again, Portugal is very beautiful, but also what you shared about the fact how you experienced this as being as a BHO. The human resources challenge.
Yes.
I think this probably resonates with everyone here. But still, does anybody want to comment? How are you perhaps dealing with the feeling of sometimes a bit isolated and alone in your country promoting this initiative?
I mean, for us, we definitely have the same issue with the human resources for the BHO, to do all of this. Definitely, we do hire people project-based with open-ended contracts because of our legislation. But of course, we know that we are, relying on the projects, and then we have to put these people into activities. This is how I started like that. Xavi started like that a long time ago too. But then we have a lot of national issues to deal with. Our duties, our responsibilities that we have to jungle around, especially when your network is such a big as the Spanish one and very active. And we don't have, for some way, we don't experience how to put it that way, institutions wants to become EURAXESS because we highlight many of the EURAXESS topics that we know that the institutions need. So maybe this is why we're so heavy on career transition, and so on. But mobility is always there, and it's very difficult to, for example, we were talking before, our role, in these mobility issues. And one way we did, and it worked quite nicely, obviously for many reasons, also internal things in FECID, but we put EURAXESS as a strategic goal of the organization. So we create a strategic plan, and we put career in science. This is why we also have research managers and researchers. And researchers, most of the thing that we do from these career researchers in this strategic plan of FECID is 90% EURAXESS. We do other things, maybe related with HRS4R and other stuff, but mainly that. Since we did that, and we have much more support for all organizations, and now we are taking permanent people paid by FECID to our team. This is my case, for example, and this. It took a while. We saw the window of opportunity. Definitely, it's Izaskun, you all know that. It was a member of EURAXESS BHO of Spain for a while. She's now the general director. I think that helps, of course. And then the whole climb in Spain about research careers and so on, how it's important. So we took advantage and we created, but we embedded it in our strategic of the organization. So we got more support.
My real issue is that we lose capacity buildings benefits because some here and there different people take care and start from the very beginning what to do with this, what to do with that, who is helping here and there. So this is a problem, but I think I will think about it based on the questions, the answers to my questions, try to understand how we can get together and get better.
Thank you very much. I was wondering, I mean, this remains a challenge also for us in Austria, and I could imagine that's everywhere the case. You picked up, both of you, on these fragmented structures and new people building up. What we also see in quite a rich landscape of universities in Austria is the fragmentation internally. So we would have the EURAXESS experts, and they should talk to the research managers, and they are often not the same person, they're not in the same structure. So it remains a challenge. I think we are doing better gradually, but really connecting the international offices, the research managers, those that advise on Horizon Europe, and EURAXESS. We see that in that universities where they are the same or are closely together, I mean, we cannot put it in figures, but it seems the information flow is better, and I would expect that they make optimal use of resources in terms of internal career development plans and so on. And I think the HR Research in Excellence Award helps also because it forces to bring these structures together. But very often when we set up our national meetings, we sometimes think, okay, but that's not exactly the same target group. We have the EURAXESS service centers. Actually, we should also have the research managers there, but to some extent they don't speak the same language yet. And I think we need to get better at this, and then we think of this, how we can improve it, just to, oh, may I hand over? Yeah.
Maybe, sorry, that's just that. And what we are all missing is, and I think it was also mentioned in Rome, it was this network call funding. I mean, I know, I don't want to go to the discussion too deep, but this would really help us a lot to, to have some financial support to strengthen our national network, because we do it as we can best with some funding from our national agencies to offer them, but I think it would also strengthen the whole EURAXESS network.
Okay, good thing. I know, sorry, it's just a react for that, I know. Good thing, the agenda timing I know is bad, but these kind of topics we were thinking to talk in the afternoon session, so maybe we're advancing here, getting some time from there. Let me talk for the network call because it's connected with the project. Okay, it's a FSTP project. The ones who deal with European projects know this is a third-party funding project. That means if you are, you are part of the beneficiary of a project, as a beneficiary of a project, you will not be able to get the money from the FSTP. And this was the basic of the network call. So no, it's not possible. From the perspective of a project, we learned that when this scheme was coming and we have to accommodate and not expecting the money from the network call. We know that many of us, we have encountered the same issue. We claim to solve this issue with the funding from the network call, but network call in the scheme of the project is not possible because it's an FSTP, okay? This is not my rules, this is not Commission rules, this is the framework rule, the Horizon Europe rules. So I just want to make clear this. It's not because we don't want, although we can have conversations, and I don't want to get into the conversations of what is better, what is not better, because we can't. Simply, we can't. So yeah, it's not a matter of our decision as coordinator. I don't think it's a matter of decision of, maybe we can think of another way of funding EURAXESS in the next year. So maybe in the next framework program that is coming, through another system that not funding by projects. But as long as we have funded project with FSTP in the current, and the FSTP, could change the roles of framework, we can't. Sorry, and bad news, but.
So it's not her fault that the regulations, just to clarify.
I have a simple question. Lisa, why not to have both? What's the problem? And especially now, I'll tell you what's the reason. For instance, because time is changing, when we are preparing a proposal and the implementation is 3 years out of, yeah, after a lot of changes are, and we need this money for changes. Why not to have, as we had the internal call, an STP also?
Because the money cannot be challenged. That's what I heard. Yeah. Yeah. The usual.
I need to react. First of all, thanks a lot for this beautiful presentation, Anna Margarita, with this picture from Algarve. I would be keen to go there for research.
I'm not in a tourist company, in fact.
No, but this is an incentive to choose. So choose Portugal in this case.
In the summer.
Every time of the year, I believe. Thanks a lot, Elisa, for your very clear statement. I mean, bad news is also good news in terms of we know what's possible and what's not. But I would like to highly encourage to find a way for providing more networking opportunities for our service centers. So we need more money for study visits, we need more money for trainings, things like that. So we need to find a way in technical terms how to accommodate this issue, I believe. Thank you.
Just a very quick recap, very quick. We will have the discussion. We will have the discussion in the afternoon. But maybe the structure is not through the national networks. The structure is to the topics, the specialization networks. But definitely the money will go to the EURAXESS service centers. They are the beneficiaries of the FSTP. Well, also BHOs that are not in the consortium, but also there will be more things funded, study visits, working, more capacity. But we can talk this later in the afternoon.
I mean, at the end, it's very similar. It's a bit how it gets there in the packaging, but.
Eric Lippron from Vinnova in Sweden. We are dealing our EURAXESS business in a quite different way because I'm the formal BHO, but I outsource all the work to Therese. And it's extremely efficient, comparably quite cheap, but I think it deserves a separate presentation at the next meeting. So it's a cliffhanger.
Good. Now we have something, maybe other questions about Portugal. Choose Portugal. I have chosen Portugal. My partner is Portuguese, and I get those type of beautiful pictures all the time. So
yes.
that's.
And you'll get another plate of bacalhau.
Bacalhau, of course.
in next.
We haven't seen bacalhau on your slides.
No.
Oh. Okay. Well, you know how it's every 2 countries per BHO, 4 countries per year. So in 10 years we will hear again about Portugal.
Okay. About 10 years, I'm in fact working at FCT. FCT has just been extinct, and we'll get together with a new institution, which is the Innovation Agency. There will be a new institution with both FCT and the Innovation Agency. So they will get together. I don't know nothing about the future. I don't think that many people in Portugal know about that, but we will wait and see. So I may not be in the next meeting. I don't know. We will see. Okay. Thank you very much.
You said extinction, but you talk about merger. It sounds much better. So we do hope you'll be with us. Okay. We will look into this. We need to keep you on board. Let's move to Malta. Lily is with us. Great. We have some slides. Oh, we have some slides. All right. Thank you very much, Lily.
Which one? This one.
The green one. And if you want to point to somebody, you can do it like this.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lili Kankaya, and today I'll present you EURAXESS Malta. So first, few words about Malta. I hope many of you been there. If no, you are invited to visit maybe another EURAXESS meeting or another activity. But yes, Malta is a very small country, is a very small island. In fact, just a little bit above half a million of population. Is just placed under Sicily, between Sicily and Tunis. It's a beautiful island with sunny weather and EU member state since 2004 now. However, we are not performing so good in research and innovation, and as you can see, it's only 0.6% of the GDP that is spent on research and development. And we only have 1,370 full-time researchers. However, in total, when you check the National Statistics Office figures, there are over 3,000 or nearly 3,500 people that are employed in research and development, but this is including not only the researchers, but other technical staff and admin staff, let's say. So, the network. The network is made by only one organization in Malta. Probably we are the only EURAXESS member that has only one organization.
Thank you, Olga.
As such.
Who else would like to bring something in?
Is this what is happening yesterday? Like, that's not me.
Someone wrote that EU programs such as Horizon Europe, Erasmus Plus, and Interreg would strengthen partnerships.
Yes, this
so
is not us.
Wondering how you were, if you were thinking about how EU programs could strengthen.
We have to deal with that again.
Or if
so, okay.
we should be thinking.
I work at Scienza Malta, or previously the name was Malta Council for Science and Technology. Since more than 1 year now, we changed the name to Scienza Malta, or in English is Science Malta, and EURAXESS is hosted there.
Cooperation, especially between R&I actors.
Okay, thank you. They're in contact. Okay, so we have very beautiful office. Mainly, we have 4, but now coming up new technical units. Okay, now I'm seeing that. But basically, I'm part of the framework program unit or the Horizon unit that we call it. But we also have the policy unit that we have the representatives at the ERA Forum and the ERA Actions, which is also relevant to EURAXESS. We have the national fundings, okay, in the office, and also the partnerships and the bilateral programs with Turkey and China as well. And my unit is basically hosting all the national contact points and program committee members for Horizon Europe. Myself, I'm Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions and European Research Council national contact point. That are our offices.
For
okay.
example, always in our projects.
And I have a video. Can we play the video, or it will come too much like? Is it possible to play the video?
Services such as the twinnings between universities that have
it's on YouTube.
That have worked.
But I did include the link here. If you maybe click. Maybe we can try as a short video just so that you can see basically the research landscape in Malta. It was a video that I produced through EURAXESS some time ago. It's now old and needs some updates, which I'm planning to do next year. But still, it's relevant. So if we can play it, it would be nice.
For example, this kind of instrument is something that, in my opinion, in our opinion, should be strengthened, because from our universities the comment that we received is okay. There has been this project that allowed us to do these twinning, these exchanges with some other universities. Okay, now that the project ended, how can we improve and continue to to use these.
If you click on this link up, it should
the EU
work.
Can have.
If no, we will just skip it, but let's try.
A word on this can improve this instrument. Of course, on the other hand, maybe it's a tool, a service that could be incentivized also by member states, by national governments, and by institutions themselves.
Maybe I can just unplug that.
Funds are needed to.
Yeah? But okay. It will not happen. No.
Pushing random buttons didn't help. Let's watch this video after the coffee break.
Yes, yes, yeah.
So you have something to look forward. But maybe go to the next slides.
Yes, of course. If I could, but now I cannot click on. So another technical problem.
We're getting there. All right. And after this, I will make you coffee as well.
Yes, better stay, just in case, stay there. Okay. So, okay, that's just a screenshot from our portal, because of course we manage the portal too. So what are our activities? Generally, I get questions related to visa mostly, to jobs and to funding opportunities in Malta. I'm also like in Scienze Malta, we are the entity that is officially recognizing the research organizations for the third country nationals researchers visa. So I'm also like the expert, like the evaluator, let's say, approving those. And I do try to assist as much as possible when it comes to visa and diploma recognitions. And yes, it's quite similar to what Tuba said. I do highlight that is, for example, EU-funded project, and that we are risking to lose EU-funded money to Malta, and they try to hurry up in that sense. It did happen a few times that still my emails were ignored and my telephone calls ignored. Then I got to a higher level and asked the CEO, who knows the CEO of this organization, and Malta is a small country, so this at least it helps. But yes, we did manage to help some applicants that were struggling. And I had the Iranian case, but this was the last case. It was from Japan, which was quite strange to think that even Japanese struggle with the visa when it comes to come to Europe. I do cooperate quite a lot with, since we don't have like another official network organization, I do cooperate with the main academic organizations in Malta, which is the University of Malta and MCAST, and also a few private companies that are active in research. So I do try to push them to always publish job offers there and any opportunities that they might have. I do collect the host offers every year for the MSCA postdoctoral fellowship call as well. Apart from asking the organizations to publish it themselves, I do also have a page where I have them all at one place. And yes, we also upload funding opportunities that might be relevant for researchers abroad, and not only for those in Malta. And the team is very small, and we have many roles. So it's not only EURAXESS. As I said, I'm also national contact point for MSCA and ERC. And my colleague Sandra, who is taking care of the updating the portal, mainly is also having other administrative roles. That is one activity that we organize every year now for the past few years, which is dealing with attracting researchers from abroad. So it's a master class that is targeted at potential MSCA postdoctoral fellowship applicants. So we organize it with a small funding, and we usually have around 20-25 researchers coming from almost all continents, so coming from around the world. So here it comes to a lot of like visa issues again, and what I usually do is like I issue for them like a letter of support to support their visa application to come for the masterclass.
In this aspect where we
And
need
maybe
more
some of you
action,
know,
that is
because
what
I do
urgently
always
needed.
ask
So cast
through
your
the
votes there.
mail shots to promote this for me, so
You will
that's
be
why
able
it
maybe
has
to reply
so
more to your
much
choice, and
international
nevertheless,
interest.
if people
And this
need
is
to
just a photo
choose,
from this
or
year's
they can actually do one or two.
event.
Only
It
one.
was quite
Then,
successful.
so what would
Let's
be
see
your
now
most
the
important
results when
thing?
the
This
call
really
is
putting
out.
things a bit
Another
stretch,
activity
but
that I
otherwise
do,
maybe you want to
it's
extrapolate
twice a year,
important.
is
So
I give this
that we are
session at
foreseeing
the
this way.
doctoral school at the University of Malta. It's for PhD students, and here is like, it's more about how to write successful grants applications, but I do also show them quite a lot the EURAXESS opportunities, how to navigate the portal, how they can find PhD and postdoc opportunities after as well. And we are not part of the project as such, but we do cooperate quite a lot with EURAXESS Worldwide and the project through also being part of the other projects of MSCA and ERC, which I'm taking care of the synergies, so which puts us in a good position to cooperate with the ERA Talent project too. I'm often being invited to organize sessions at EURAXESS Worldwide, to promote the host offers there. We had a podcast through the ERA Talent project, which identified a Maltese researcher who published the host offer on the EURAXESS, and the researcher found him from EURAXESS, so it was like kind of like the link, and the project was successful, and now the researcher is in Malta. We also had, Anahit organized like a coffee talk, but it was like a training for the MSCA NCPs on showing them the EURAXESS portal and how to use all the opportunities there available. What we have upcoming, but we don't have a date yet, is like a mutual learning workshop with EURAXESS Worldwide, with the 9 regions there, and the MSCA NCPs. And another cooperation that we had recently is like suggestions of good practices projects from third countries, because it's quite difficult to get in contact with the third countries. And just always I do promote EURAXESS through other events that we organize as part of Horizon Europe, MSCA and ERC. It's always relevant to mention EURAXESS there. What are our challenges? Since we are not part of the project, we don't have any budget, so that's why we always try to fit the activities with other activities that are ongoing. Of course, the human resource problem, also mentioned by Portugal. We are only 2 and we are not full-time. And yes, the difficulty with some agencies in relation to visa or diplomas and so on, they're just or very slow or not responsive at all. And yeah, when it's a small country, of course, the budget is small, so it's difficult to have to compete with the bigger countries where there is bigger budgets to have ways to attract the researchers to choose Malta. But we do have a nice weather, so and we speak English, so there are other things that are of benefit. And that was from my end. Thank you. Any questions?
Well, first of all, thanks a lot, Lily, and apologies for the interference, foreign or domestic. Any questions for Lily? We're going to put the video during the coffee break, but maybe now. Yeah.
Very short question about these workshops you did. You collected many researchers around the world, and since a couple of years you're doing this. So how many of them got the funding? Thanks to EURAXESS promotion or the job posting, and then they are coming for the workshop, and then they apply to make a reaction. So the percentage, how many of them get the funding?
Yes, the success rate is higher than, Then the general success rate of the MSCA call. So then we get out, for example, out of the 20, we get 5, which is quite a good number. You know? Yes, yes, yeah. Well, then is another question if they manage to come then at the end, because recently I had like at least one of those that are giving up for some other reasons. One of them, it was visa related actually, and just gave up at the end and took another opportunity. But yeah, generally there it's quite successful. That's why we continue to organize that. Mm-hmm.
I do have a question. You said 1,370 researchers. Have you met them all? Not yet?
I don't think so, but quite a lot of them I know, yes, for sure, for sure. I hope so.
All right, great. Let's go for a coffee break, which is just around here, and we are going to shorten it up. Not so much. So let's be back at 11:20. 11:30. 11:30 we are back here, and bring the food here. You can eat here, you can drink here, so you don't have to rush things, all right? I hear Milan saying he wants to talk more about interoperability. All right, I hope you had a good short break. Let's move to a content-rich presentation. We have Carla and Janka. Somebody is joining online, and somebody is in person. Perfect, great. So this is going to be a very hybrid meeting. You want to? So Janka is presenting the first part. Janka, are you with us?
Yes, good morning to everybody. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you.
Great.
Great.
I will share my screen if that's okay, because I'm going to present the newcomers guide. It's going to be a presentation, but we are also going to ask you for your contribution to further develop or to populate this guide with tools. And basically, in the next maybe 25 minutes, we will discuss briefly two topics. And one of them is newcomers guide. The second is integration of new EURAXESS members in a like broader sense. And how are you going to proceed with this activity together with Carla? So I will first tell you what the activity will be. Then I will briefly guide you through the newcomers guide, and then there will be a space for discussion. Well, so since it's an agenda, you know that we have updated the newcomers guide. There was quite a lot of content that was outdated, so we removed it. So we changed the structure a little bit, but it's still a work in progress, because it's not easy for us to maybe identify all those tools that should be integrated, since there are maybe quite many created in ERA Talent projects or available across the portal and extranet. And I would like to kindly ask you to help identify those tools that you think should be integrated into the newcomer guide. And also, I would like to ask you to have a look on what's already there and propose maybe the topics that could be added. While still keeping in mind that since it's a newcomer's guide, it should be not complicated, it should be not extensive. The aim is really to have it compact, short, easy to read, but still, if there are some crucial topics missing from your point of view, then I will be grateful for your suggestion. And how are we going to do this? As I mentioned, I will show you what is currently there. And I will kindly ask you then to go to the Padlet. You can see the QR code or you can see the link. And add your suggestions, your comments or suggestions directly to Padlet. We would also be interested in your input concerning the supporting integration of new members in more general terms. Maybe that's also something which can fit into the later discussions you are going to have about next projects. Just to maybe briefly remind you, the activities focusing on this target groups in the current ERA Talent project include working group on integration of newcomers, and this working group is organizing welcome webinars and sessions, for example, for the EURAXESS conference, and update of the newcomers guide. But in the past, in the previous project, we also had different activities. For example, we formulated recommendations on how to better integrate EURAXESS newcomers into national networks which is a document that you can find in the extranet library, and which includes a set of practical tips. Here you can see just an example, for example, sort of the checklist on what are the topics that actually maybe a BHO newcomer should be familiar with. There is a similar list for the service center newcomers and some other practical tips. Anyway, since many resources are also outdated, this tool needs update, but that's maybe something for consideration if we want to do it again. Then one of the past activities that I think we were asked several times that would be nice if it would be there again, was sort of the welcome messages. So for the new members who actually have their accounts in Extranet created, they received a welcome message with a link to Newcomer's Guide. Of course, since it was quite outdated, it's okay that it was not like that, but in the future, maybe this could be, again, good practice that actually anybody who is new to Extranet will also gain this link to Newcomer's Guide, like a sort of the automated message. And finally, another activity that I would like to mention was intra-institutional mentoring, which was not only focusing on newcomers. There were like two aspects. One was about developing new services, also for more advanced members, but there was also a possibility of newcomers to have another institution within the EURAXESS network to mentor them or to help them in their integration in the early stage of their presence in the EURAXESS network. And I also know there was a lot of such informal networking, especially maybe for the BHO organization ongoing. So maybe that's also something that can be considered for the next project. We have also included questions related to this in a Padlet. There is a set of questions. Maybe we can get back to this later, but I will now just show you where the Padlet is, and then we go to the newcomers guide directly. Sorry, I just have to remove this zoom bar. So it's, yeah. So here you see the Padlet, and you see that we have here questions both for newcomers guide and then for integration of newcomers in general, and we'll be very grateful for your insight. Okay, so briefly about how the newcomers guide looks like right now, and maybe a small reminder where you actually can find it, because it doesn't have to be straightforward or clear to everyone. So you will find it, of course, in the extranet. Then you go to Tools, to e-trainings for staff, and there it is, Newcomers Guide. Well, and currently it's structured into 5 parts. The first one includes a sort of the general overview. The second one focuses more on explaining the different elements of EURAXESS network from the point of view of its structure. Then it's about daily tasks. So what do EURAXESS centers do in their daily job? What do BHOs do in their daily job? Then there is an overview of learning opportunities that EURAXESS centers can use. And finally, there are tools and resources that can help them in their work. Well, let's go first through the EURAXESS in a nutshell. So very brief overview of what actually EURAXESS is. What are the main areas of activity, highlighting that it's supporting mobility and career development. Then what is also included is a very brief mention of policy context and related initiative. You see here a very brief explanation and very simple one of what European research area is, how Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions are related, European Charter for Researcher, Resaver, Choose Europe for Science, and Research Comp. If you think there should be something else added to this introductory package for newcomers, yeah, feel free to propose. Then there is a short overview of who are we actually helping, because it's not only researchers we are working with, it's our main target group, of course, But there is also an explanation that we often work with partners and families of researchers, that we often work with institutions, with employers beyond academia, and especially the national coordinators often collaborate with policymakers. Again, if you think that it's necessary to maybe add another group, to highlight another group, feel free. And then there is a brief summary of members' responsibility and members' benefits based on the Declaration of Commitment. So that's an initial introduction. Then there is a structure of EURAXESS, starting with EURAXESS centers, because basically this guide is mainly meant for EURAXESS centers, and it's meant for the new staff, the existing or already running EURAXESS centers, but also for the EURAXESS centers that are new in the network. So the short explanation of what are their activities. Then there is explanation of how the centers are organized in national networks, and there is a role and responsibilities of EURAXESS national organization, or a BHO. Maybe also have a suggestion or comment on this. Should be use one on another. EURAXESS national organization, the term which is used in a Declaration of Commitment, but BHO is still the term that we use in practice. So that's why still both of these are used in the description. Then there is a brief explanation of EURAXESS hubs. Also in the future it's going to be EURAXESS clusters. So there is all of them, they are shortly described. And finally, there is a description of what is the role of European Commission and EURAXESS worldwide. There is also a section explaining that EURAXESS members, especially in the BHOs, collaborate in capacity building projects. Here the challenge is, and it was discussed today, that whether to have a project website or not, that actually it's not so easy to link to those projects, as at the current point they do not have a website. Okay, so this is structure of EURAXESS. How is it structured? How the collaboration is structured? Then, on a very practical note, what are the daily tasks of EURAXESS centers and EURAXESS BHOs? Here you have a sort of the, maybe not the story, but the text describing what are the common activities of a member or an employee of a EURAXESS center. Then some tips where they can see examples of practice that were presented during some newcomers webinars or the other occasions, and the same is then done for daily tasks of BHOs. The next section then focuses on learning opportunities, and at the current point, what is mentioned here are study visits, network conference, and communities of practice. What should be mentioned here, but at this point I have not yet included content, are also online resources, because maybe that's also up for the discussion. There are quite a few resources on the extranet, but which of them are still up to date, which maybe would need some update if they should still be used. So that's maybe then related to the discussion about the extranet that we are going to have after this slot. If you have any suggestion for online resources outside of extranet, of course, they are also welcome. So please share them in the Padlet. The same challenge we have with the tools and resources. There are quite a few, but I'm a little bit, it's a little bit difficult for me to decide which of them should be included in this overview. On the other hand, there are many that maybe we are not aware of because there was a huge amount of activities, for example, in the ERA Talent project, or there are tools outside of this project. And this is where we would especially grateful for your input, for your suggestions. So basically, as for tools and resources, there is a at this point, very brief tour through extranet, but as it will be updated, we would like to, of course, also extend this part. Then there are some tools for portal managers, for network management, and for center management. At this point, only statistics included, but please feel free to propose. Hub toolkits, I also included them here with the short description. So basically, this is it. This is what is now included in the newcomer's guide. Of course, probably you can imagine that it will be much more extensive, but please keep in mind it should stay as simple as possible. Still, if there are some crucial topics missing or some tools that you think that definitely should be there, please propose them. And I see there already the first suggestion guidance to the EURAXESS portal when to find what. Yes, definitely that's probably missing, and that's something we can add, of course. Okay, so thank you for your attention. We can now have a short discussion. If you wish, Carla can take over from this point. Anyway, if you want to have a look at this later, please use this opportunity. We will keep the Padlet open, and we will be grateful if you could give us your feedback by December 19, maybe. That would be great. So the Padlet will be open, and thank you very much for your help and yeah, for your attention now. Thank you.
Thank you, Anka, for the detailed introduction of the Newcomer's Guide. As you can see, everybody, it's a work in progress, and we would definitely like to hear from you what to be added there for your work to be made easier, working with your national networks, as our capacities are very limited as PHOs, and we can see that the newcomers, that the new people are arriving quite regularly to the centers that are established, because there is a big turnover. So this would, in a way, help us to maybe signpost some of the direct communication, explaining all the time from scratch. Okay, mentoring of the new members is definitely something that we need to devote our time to, but still, I mean, this is like a referral point to everybody. So if you have any suggestions that what could be added, we are very much open to it. And this is also, Janka, maybe we can go to the next slide, since you're sharing the presentation, or the last slide. Janka?
Yeah, I'm sharing the slide, the last slide.
No, we cannot see this last slide. We can see the first slide.
So I'm sharing the last slide. So.
Okay.
It's not the last slide. What is now on?
Okay, so I need to. So maybe Slaven, if you can help me to go to the last slide, just last slide. Just okay. So this one.
It's still not the last slide, but
okay, this one. This is perfect. Thank you. Yes. So basically, the situation with newcomers is rather complex. So our question would be, what are your typical challenges you face in your national networks in terms of integrating your newcomers, being the new organizations entering the network, or the newcomers in terms of individuals, because we know that the newcomers is a really broad term encompassing new institutions, new staff, new BHO staff, and well, we don't have that much turnover with the new BHOs organization entering the network, but maybe you have some way of sharing or rotating the responsibilities of BHOs as well, so it might be helpful for you as well. And new portal administrators are also a specific group of newcomers. So if you would like to share now what are the challenges or good practices of integrating new network members, and what would help you to be developed at a European part as an additional resource, being it activities or communication channels, what it would be. Again, you can share it via Padlet, but we are still open for a few minutes for live discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janka and Carla. So I'm Sarah, I'm the BHO from Switzerland. What I realized, what not only newcomers, but also longer standing colleagues have difficulties in grasping is what is EURAXESS. So it's very basic. And they often ask, what is the difference between activities, between programs, projects, between the vision? So I think the newcomer's guide is superb if people are already a bit more into the work, but maybe a one-pager, very simple terms, what is EURAXESS, what are the activities, just something extremely simple, I think for my network would be very helpful. And what I started doing, I started writing welcome mails where I tell them what they can do step by step. So I really tell them in the email, welcome, please make yourselves a login. So it's as basic as this. And then I link to the newcomer's guide, etc. And what we started doing in Switzerland, not for EURAXESS very lately, but for the Swiss Academic Dual Careers Network, is we have check-in every month for half an hour for all the members. It's very informal, but this helps newcomers to grasp what is going on, and they get to know the older hands, and they can contact them if they need help. And of course, this cannot be done on European level, but maybe it can be an inspiration to other colleagues here. Thank you so much for all your work.
So Elisa, Xavi, and Isabel.
First of all, many thanks to Janka and Carla for the great work done so far. One remark from my side, also related to what Sarah just said and to the comment on the internet. The Commission is pushing hard for the simplification. This is why I would like to suggest not a one-pager, but some kind of explanatory video explaining what is EURAXESS, what is happening there, where to find what. So a very simple video, and I hope we will have, I'm looking towards Elisa now, just some resources to, I believe we need to maintain this content. This is a huge amount of the content, relevant content, but maybe to kind of, for the first step, to provide kind of a video, it would be, in my opinion, a nice step forward. Thank you.
Okay, so we have been just discussing in the break with me and Sarah about that actually, and what is EURAXESS and how to, make our own case when talking with organizations. We had a case of organization which did amazing job for the project actually in development of career support, but actually they didn't understand that they are career development support organization, because it was quite indirect, but this big picture and umbrella was missing. Just a short remark regarding what you did with the Newcomers Guide. I feel it's like a strongly biased towards mobility services. So lacking this career development perspective. For example, when you take a look in these daily tasks and things like that, when you I think this is very valuable not only for integration but also for recruitment of new members. I mean, if someone is interested to join, you know, you could share this resource with them, and this could be very nice introductory guide, you know. But it is missing this career development part. Maybe I invite you, I mean, to also we can contribute with our efforts in tailoring it or whatever. I mean, just if you can just show the part of daily tasks, and when you read the text, you will see that it's about mobility support.
Okay, few comments. Of course, we have a Padlet, so we will pick, because I'm taking the notes. I've been quite involved in this already, so I know the section. I mean, I like a lot the sections, you know. I think it's maybe well structured, the entrance front, but maybe we need to more differentiate in other sections, the BHO, for example, the tools for PA administrators and that. So EURAXESS members that are not involved in that do not, you know, they're not focused there. Main point, the entrance point at the moment, we couldn't find it. E-training staff, no, newcomer guy, you know? So big thing. Another thing is, very important topics. Obviously, this is work ongoing, because we are having already here conversations on topics that we can include, that we all know they are related with mobility, like research security, we are career development, some of us have some ideas, maybe entrepreneurship, maybe no, what innovation, whatever. So this needs to be updated, you know, whatever we decide here. We have here previous versions of operational model, national networks, and then hubs, and then also the COPs. We know we are facing a new 3 years of changing the operational model, needs to be the update too. So it's, I mean, we know that it's work ongoing. Then another big thing. It's okay. The email, you know, automatic email receiving this. Yes, we have already created a work package onboarding to our set, and we provide them with EURAXESS, you know. And we can do a one-pager. We can do a promotional video that I agree with you, it's needed. But we cannot rely only on that. I mean, in our protocol, because we have like a kind of onboarding protocol, we have a meeting, sometimes several meetings with a EURAXESS member we haven't done this for all, this has been introduced in the last couple of years, to talk to them and explain to them all of these things. So we cannot rely only on, I mean, digital information, because they will always understand whatever they want. I mean, we all know that. So keep in mind that no matter how good we create a newcomer guide, it's never going to be enough. So this is, and here is the big role of national BHOs, that is never going to be change somehow, because it's the entry points. Then we can derive them for whatever specialization model we decide with, and inform them. But this is the entry point. So I think this is the big two things. Promotional, yes, the ones that we have is very old. We need something more. And video is a great thing. We have also podcasts going on there that can help a lot to outreach. Thanks.
Well, thank you. To be short, this is what I intend to say. My last flight, I came back, I was invited to the cockpit. And then I asked the pilots, why you have announcements? And they said, we are overflowed with all the information from the screens and so. A podcast is another media that attracts people. It's always, you have it, you can listen to that whenever you're doing whatever. And I suggest to include it, I mean, a few episodes about newcomers. It's very important. Actually, what the first from Switzerland asked about some basics to have, we have it in the front page of the portal, just to take a look, but we are overflowed with information. But if we can include in the next project a series of episodes, and to do it together with you, you have a lot of information, and to deliver it in a nice way with references.
We are getting started.
I'm really glad for the discussion.
I saw movement.
We are just...
Yeah, regarding challenges, by the way, I wanted to also share a little bit of my work with my colleague, and I granted her the portal administrator rights, and it doesn't work. So she cannot edit any content there, and that's why it's a little bit, I would say, of a challenge, because if we attract new participants to the portal, they should be a little bit active, but they need to explore like back end of the portal, and they are a little bit lost, I would say. It's mildly speaking. And yeah, this is one thing that I wanted to say. And another thing, what I recently got from one university, they want to focus on gender equality, like plans to explain what about it, and really we have a lot of different resources that we can uptake, saying them like take a look here and there, and we have like a lot of different stuff. It's something also beyond mobility, beyond career development. It's something in support of how we do science, how we apply to the projects, all these procedures that we also already have a lot of materials, but they are not super visible on the. So this is something maybe we can mention also a little bit for newcomers. Thank you.
Oh, please share the resources you would have in mind to be included. I'm looking at Vera, time-wise. Okay, so maybe just a quick reaction. Okay, note taken about the career development activities of daily tasks, but referring to the challenges, I completely agree with what has been said, that it is difficult to explain, especially the newcoming organization, what EURAXESS is. And with Slovakia, we have been facing boom of entering new organization, joining EURAXESS. And when we had a talk to vice rectors, and we tried to explain what the new EURAXESS centers should do and where to put it at in institutional structure, and we need to somehow squeeze it into like smaller topics agenda. So where to start, basically? What should be the major focus of EURAXESS when there is non-existent structure at the institution, and how broad the umbrella of EURAXESS should be, connecting different faculties, like Anna Margarita mentioned it, how to interconnect different dots within the institutions, and how to maybe make them EURAXESS being part of EURAXESS, and how to explain it to them. So this would be the national level. And now the question is, what can we do better? If you have any suggestions, how we can better integrate the newcomers into the European level, what activities we can do, what challenges, what channels and formats we could use. And there is the third question you cannot see on the screen, but it's part of the Padlet. What support would help new BHO colleagues or ENO colleagues understand the broader EURAXESS ecosystem and collaboration? So basically, they are the European perspective, how to make them feel EURAXESS is pan-European initiative. If you have any ideas, quick reactions, and then we'll move forward with extranet. Okay.
I mean, quick answer to this question. Capacity building funded by the projects, FSTP, communities of practice, study visits. These are the tools to integrate into the European network, you know, and made it clear that you could be talking with Danish university or Spanish public research institution, you know, to make them clear that you will not only talk about with other national EURAXESS centers, that we as national BHOs do this, I mean, coordinate that, but yep, and through this, it's benefits from them, and if they want to be engaged, they can.
Just a collection of other inputs. I can.
I just wanted to strongly support what Elisa just said. We are required to address the integration of newcomers at the national level. And I would like to share with you our good practice in this regard. So basically, our annual national conferences, we always start them with a newcomer session. And this is not just us standing there and providing some information in a top-down manner. We always invite our service center representatives, and they say from their perspective what are the benefits of being a member of EURAXESS, and this is how it works for us, and it works quite well. So if you have any questions with that, please approach me. I'm happy to share this information. And in the combination with the newcomer guide and maybe with some simplified videos, whatever, it could be a good approach, I believe. Thank you.
Any other comments or inputs? Virginia? So maybe last one and we'll proceed.
Yes, just a comment more from the user side, since I knew EURAXESS before, but not from the point of view where I am now, but more from the researcher side. No matter if I am a research manager or if I'm part of an institution or if I'm a researcher and I want to find information, I think to me, make things easier, it's better than having a lot of information and not finding it, honestly. And this is a user side view. It's my personal view, but I think it can apply to any website from any initiative. To find things in a fast and easy way, it's important, I think. And this is, I think, something that.
Maybe one, sorry, you said that this is the last one, just to get along with Virginia here. And this may be a question for you. I mean, what are the opportunities to set up a chatbot for the newcomers integration with all the content that we have available? Then we wouldn't think about the format, about the structure. We just put all the knowledge we have about EURAXESS in the integration. And I mean, we have it, but we don't know how to make it formal and like a part of the system, because it's OpenAI, it's you know, out of the box currently. When it's going to be in the box?
Newcomers guide, chat, it will not be enough, right? So I don't think it will be enough. I think you need, because what do they need to know? They don't know what they need to know. You just entered, so you'll be asking, you know, you might be asking those questions. So I think you need to pre-cook, like this is the information you must know. But if you, of course, if you want to know more, then you are entering into a matrix of information, and this is where a bot can become kind of quite useful. It also has to do with a little bit with money, because it's tokens, you pay per token and things like that, and how much this is going to be used. No, I think this is a different thing. We're a bit worried about the budget side as well. If we would put it on EURAXESS, this is for newcomers, right? So we won't have million users using a lot of tokens. Technically speaking, it is possible because we have Azure. We're having our own internal, we have Azure space. We have Azure. This is not what we have. EURAXESS is on a different infrastructure, but we do have Azure servers with several things. In the past, was just Llama. Now it's also OpenAI. But I think that might be a bit of an overkill. Might be also an overkill for newcomers, right? Might be an overkill in the sense that the IT development for newcomers. And then you need to change something. I have to tell them, yeah, forget what you learned last week ago. We changed all the stuff, and we use different terminology here. I have no idea how AI is going to interpret this, right? So I think we can look into it, especially for those detailed things. But what I personally like, and I really, to both of you, I think it's very difficult to make things simple when you are so much into it. And I think what you already presented here was probably like, it was very simple. And this is actually what newcomers, these are newcomers, right? So of course, I think there has been the suggestion about to changing how we present the content towards the videos. I think that is also nice, but I think here you have just made it a couple of paragraphs. So of course, it can also be extremely helpful. It will have to evolve over time. So the simpler it is, the easier it is, of course, to change. And I see it as a newcomers guide, not as a full operational guide of everything what EURAXESS does. And for that, you will need those more heavier technical things. But at least I need to know that what are the other things that exist out there.
Okay, so from my side, thank you for your attention, and we'll keep discussing it also for the sake of the new project, but also like for the benefit of the network as such. I will give over to that.
Thank you very much to Carla and Janka. So we are so short on time, and I really don't like it because these discussions are so important and so interesting. Also for the work that we do on the Commission side, like this feedback that we're getting is absolutely crucial. I wanted to take a short moment to speak about extranet in general, what direction we're heading in. You know, we've done a lot of user surveys. We've already asked for a lot of feedback, and the latest one that we did was this last summer. We got 32 respondents from 29 countries. The feedback was quite mixed. It was both a lot of positive aspects, but there are definitely specific pain points that needs to be addressed. It's quite clear. Today I have two colleagues from Netcompany with me. Savas Tsarouchas is the one who I always turn to in a moment of desperation when I am losing my mind over all these technical matters. He carries a lot of knowledge when it comes to EURAXESS in general and has been working on it for several years. So he is the person to address. And then we have Philip Babalis, also senior project manager from Netcompany, if I'm not mistaken. So thank you also, Philip, for joining this session. And they will both be actually presenting later on today in the HR Info Day. So again, before lunch, let's take a brief moment to discuss some of the pain points that were addressed in the survey. A lot of it had to do with outdated information. So specific tools like the library, it carries a lot of documents that might not be, I don't want to say that they're not relevant anymore, but are they actually being used? Are people even aware of them? And there's some elements also when it comes to filtering these library documents that might be a bit challenging. This was highlighted many times. Features are not necessarily as user-friendly as they could be, not as easy to use if you're not too familiar with the extranet from before. A lot of comments on the emailer function as well. I know that this is, I get a lot of nods now because I think that that is also something in terms of the categorization, especially for recipients and so on, that is a little bit confusing at the moment. Reporting tools, that's a history of its own, and I think that's not something that we can go into today because that would take a lot more time than we have at this moment. So in general terms, when we look at the feedback that we received from the survey, I don't think it's really only about what doesn't work in each individual tool, but I think it's also a lot about what direction are we heading in when it comes to the extranet in general? What is it we want to use it for? Because currently I feel like there has been maybe a bit of this element of let's put everything on there to make sure that we have access to any kind of information that we might need in our roles. That means that we have tools, for instance, like the wall function, which potentially could be a space of communication, but it's very much underutilized. So it's not, we don't see a lot of activity there for good reason, to be honest. I think when it comes to a lot of networks these days, they use Teams channels, for instance, to communicate. It's a lot more efficient in terms of communication. You get an immediate notification. I don't know if this is already something in the projects that you are using, perhaps, looking at Elisa. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, exactly. And I think I get a lot of feedback from not similar networks, but other networks in the sort of same environment stating that they could never utilize communication space on their own portal, for instance, because it's really doesn't become active whatsoever. So again, would that be something to explore, whether we would expand even this communication to Teams, or would that carry any benefit? I don't know. But at least what we see, the wall is not being used for this purpose. So the question then becomes, do we still keep it? Does it still carry some value? Do you see some purpose for keeping it? The extranet, of course, we got the feedback that it is seen as an essential platform, and of course we absolutely agree with this. But a lot of the things mentioned were that there's a lot of perceived potential for the tools, but they're not reaching up to their potential. Wow, that was a very interesting sentence I created there, but you get the point. So there's a lot of potential. So there is potential in the tools, but we're not necessarily utilizing them for the purpose that they were initially created for. So we see tools that are completely dormant, they don't carry any purpose. We have, for instance, not the study visits, but the other one, which is the Book the Trainer. To be honest, I'm not fully aware of the history of this specific tool either. To my understanding, it was created during a project back in the day, but at this current moment, it doesn't have funding to actually be utilized in the way that it was. So again, a question becomes, do we keep this tool or do we discard it? It raises a lot of these kind of questions. What is actually worth? We talked about simplification, and this is a word I overused yesterday in my interoperability presentation, but it's worth again highlighting it. How do we make it as simple as possible as a tool and not overcrowd it with information? Anyways, the important part here is to get feedback from you all. So let's move on to looking at these specific tools and make it very concrete. I see Milan already has a comment. If we would have had more time, I would have ideally liked to go through this, as these are the ones that were really highlighted in the user survey as maybe the most sort of confusing aspects or that should require some updating. So I wanted to ask for your feedback regarding these. But Milan, do you have a general comment first,
yeah,
maybe?
My general comment is that at the point, I mean, when I look at those issues, when you look at what you have presented, all this can be implemented by some existing collaboration tool like Teams. And I don't get it why we're trying to recreate on Extranet something that really exists, that we use every day, and that we use to collaborate within, for example, some Teams platform.
Because most of these things were developed before Teams got the monopoly. Does everybody here use Teams? Somebody who doesn't? Somebody who doesn't use, okay. Vitaly went out, so maybe he doesn't, we will not know. But no, we will ask him. So, I mean,
Yeah,
maybe
so
it's good to know. I mean, let's be honest.
Exactly, because it's again, we go back to what is it, this extranet tool? What is it you want to see from it? Like, what is it you're expecting to find when you go on extranet? Because it clearly is not like a communication channel. So maybe we need to simplify again, focus more on the elements that actually carry value instead of carrying a lot of this dead weight that's just taking up space and indeed making a bit more cluttered as a space.
I just wanted to add regarding also using Teams that this additional new feature that Elisa just introduced, that are some subgroups communicating their own private spaces. Collabs is not the best, really comfortable for that. You know, take into account that there will be clusters coming, so more specializations, more subgroups, even subgroups within subgroups in some cases. So this will not work. Extranet will not work in the sense of communication with regard to that. Yeah. So please consider using Teams if we all, I mean...
Okay, do they have used something similar or they don't?
But maybe we're not talking here about the video, the webinar, or the meeting. You know, that then you can use Zoom or whatever platform you want. We are talking about communication of what's going on, sharing documents and things like that through a team, SharePoint, and a chat. You know, like we communicating with Xavi now. So, for example, for that kind of things, you know, not for the meetings.
No.
Because
no.
integration platforms, and yeah, we, for example, we know that Germany would not go for Teams and so on. I mean,
exactly.
But we'll definitely why we use it. But in Mailer, I mean, I don't know you guys. It is true that it has some function that doesn't make any sense because of how we call things that is telling us going to the declaration of commitment. You know, maybe we need to think a little bit of that. But in Mailer is a great tool for maybe view abuse of it, then people were overwhelmed with emails, but for very, very important communication that you don't want to people rely on a chat. I mean, emailer is great. I use it a lot in Spain. I try actually to work with a national community of practice on entry conditions. With Teams, it's not working. They come back to the email, not to the emailer, but to regular emails. So it's also the way of group dynamic works. You never know how it's going to work. So I will not kill emailer, you know, for the sake of important information.
No, absolutely. And that I absolutely agree with. The emailer definitely fills this function. And indeed, for not crucial matters that needs to be solved today, the emailer is absolutely the key place, and that's where you really get to emphasize if you have something specific you need to highlight, you want it to have a broad reach and so on. The emailer is great. I'm thinking Teams channel maybe more for these sort of everyday communication, if you could have subgroups within Teams depending on what area you're working on or so. So there is quite a lot of potential there, so I think it might be an idea to explore whether this is something that would bring value to you as national networks.
And for this, I will also, especially with calendar is also another one. Because you will see this in this afternoon, people are asking for a calendar of events, you know, and we cannot do anything with a calendar tool as it is. I don't know how to control it. I can't control it. I don't know, honestly, completely lost. And it's great to have a calendar. Maybe if we create a Teams, then we put it in Teams, maybe. But it's a way to go, maybe, now that you mention it. But then people be aware that then you need to be checking there, not in the extranet. So I don't know the benefit of this, but it's something to consider, to not be, well, if that's possible, great. I mean, wow. This is where technical people come into it. Yeah, great. So, and also very, very important point. We have an issue with our communication and dissemination strategy as a network, not in the national place, but at the European network. We don't know who are we communicating sometimes our events, our outputs. Do we only communicate to EURAXESS centers and then we use the extranet tools? Because if we are communicating to institutions and to other external stakeholders, EURAXESS extranet tools are not working. So I think it's a matter of thinking, when I create a webinar, who do I want to engage with? And then based on that, I put it on extranet, and then I communicate through the tools of the network, or I want external people to come in, because then the extranet is not the place, because they will not get it. So we really need to consider that for the communication and dissemination strategy of the next project. It's vital. I mean, because we are missing people here. We are not giving the proper information.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned, the emailer, and to pull this in and make it a little bit more concrete, we had a lot of feedback on the emailer specifically. It would be very interesting to hear very concretely what you find to be the pain point when it comes to the emailer. It's the categorization of groups, or what is it specifically that makes it confusing, Slavenka?
Dilemma, more hands than microphones.
For me, what is very difficult is that I do not see to whom the email is addressed. So I get an email and I'm wondering, oh, did my EURAXESS centers get the email as well? Do I have to forward it or not? So it would be very neat if we could have the feature back where it says to whom the email is going. That's all?
Yeah, indeed. This is something that would be quite an easy fix to my understanding, because currently it's only displayed to administrators at the Commission, I think. That's true, that's true. That brings in the GDPR element. Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry to disturb, but you don't see the hands online.
Still time.
Yes, Siri.
Go ahead,
yes.
Siri.
You don't have the GDPR if it is a question about grouping, and that's what I thought that having profiles in extranet and registering yourself in extranet does, that you mark which groups do you belong to, and then the emailer takes this. So, for example, my service center is registering. They put this notification that they belong to this group. Service centers. Then if the emailer sends the email out, if I send the email out, I can choose, okay, this email, please go not only to BHOs, but also service centers. And the receivers see that this email went to all service centers. And then you don't have any GDPR question, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. And I mean, that would be a very simple solution as well. And if this is indeed the thing that would solve, well, that's the biggest pain point, that's what would make it more user-friendly for you all, then that's definitely something we can make a priority straight away, starting from next year.
One note about this, if we expose the email, there's going to be a huge list of emails because, if we expose the emails, there's going to be a very, very long list of emails in the box. We are grouping them by roles and categories. So, for example, if you send an email to Worldwide or to other European, another service center administrators, is going to be about 1,000 email list.
But we didn't have the email per se, it was just written, it was sent to all EURAXESS centers, or
yes.
It was sent to
yes.
Worldwide. You didn't have the list of each.
Correct, I know. It is hidden, actually, it's displayed only for administrators and commission administrators, because we didn't know, actually, if there is any GDPR problems with this, to expose them. If there's a way around it, we can expose it to you, yes.
So you will be seeing this information,
You mean the complete email?
see that service centers already received not forward email again, which is a double work for the service centers, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. So to summarize, it needs to be clarified who is receiving this email, and that's really what solves this particular issue.
I have a mic, very quick. Yeah, so, I hope I can. Yeah, so following up on Lisa's and other people, so very simple thing, if people are sharing, information about events and different things you want to organize online, it needs to be very clear, is this is addressed to internally, to your EURAXESS network, or externally, in a simple template, so that you see the email and you immediately know who is this for? Because it takes time just to figure out, can I actually publish it or not publish it, and where? And it can be resolved in a very simple template. When everybody will say, external, internal, or something like this. Thank you.
We talked about this, and we said we should be color-coded. Oh, yeah. Nice EURAXESS colors.
So can I just interpret this comment, and thank you for that. I know I received this comment before from BHOs, and to my understanding, this has to do when you actually receive the email in your own inbox, so you know immediately, okay, this is something that has gone out to this particular group, so then you know how to proceed in terms of dissemination. Is this something that you send on to a particular group? Yeah. So I don't know if that's something that would be possible for the recipient to...
We can investigate it. We can investigate and see how we can go around it, actually. For each different email, I think that we're setting specific subjects, so they know by the subject to whom the email is addressed to and what it is about. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that has been sort of the idea of the subject, but I think sometimes they overlap quite a lot and it's not immediately clear by the subject who it is intended for. So it's a good point, and thank you for that. That's very concrete and something we can immediately look into, looking at Savas for confirmation. Oh my goodness, we are very close to lunch now. Okay.
Okay, so if I may, in regard to Book the Trainer, as you say, it's not anymore used because of the previous funding project, or the current project was not supporting it, but maybe the question is a technical one, whether it can be hidden and then reused if the tool or the need arises later on. If we'll see whether the current or the following project will support anything similar, then it makes sense to keep it. But there is also an additional part of the Book the Trainer tool, which is the individual database of trainers, which has been working together. It's marking individuals' expertise in the individuals' profiles. This leads me to the need of discussing individual profiles information, that this also needs to be updated, the different columns or different boxes that are part of the individual profiles, and having a need of more interaction and community of practice, whatever, maybe it could be a way how to also indicate the person's interest in being active as part of communities of practice, whether they are organized in teams or collabs, because this was one thing that was good about the collabs, that whatever individual member would like to join a specific collab, he or she could do it via the extranet, while currently there is no such tool. We know that there are the communities of practice, but there is no like direct bottom-up approach how to reach to the specific community of practice. And talking about the possible MST's messaging tool to be used. I mean, we try to establish similar communities or whatever messaging tools at national level. However, we cannot see much interaction because you don't receive notifications when it's an external institutions, or maybe it's not working well, but it doesn't work efficiently at national level to provide like really instant messaging communication outside your organization. So this would be from my side.
Very good feedback, thank you. I'm going to see, are there more comments in the audience? Okay.
Thank you. Regarding the emailer, we had the issue that we tried to send something out, and then it was like the confirmation, it was sent to 1,900 email addresses, and we didn't get a single registration. So then, like, luckily, you were helping us, and you said it was blocked, but this is one of the conditions. We need to know that the emailer works, because otherwise it's difficult if you get like the green okay that it was sent, but it wasn't. So that's one comment. And then the other thing is about using Microsoft or Teams. I mean, just because all of us here use it, we shouldn't forget we have a lot more service centers which actually might not use it. So it might be a bit of an issue. And the last thing I would like to say, the weekly summary we get, it's just like, it's always who edited information, and at the very bottom is actually the relevant information, what events, and so if we could restructure that, and you would see straight away what activities, events at the top and not at the bottom.
Okay, okay, very good comment as well, thank you. So maybe one last before we break for lunch?
Very quickly, email is not responsive design. So you cannot read it on a mobile phone, or you have to zoom in. Just quick. It's really bummer. You know, I guess it can be easily solved.
A lot of easily solved things, but then you speak to IT people, and then it's like, it's always less easy. I don't know how you want to approach this, because I think we are missing a lot of input still.
We are missing so much input, but this is it. Every topic is crucial, so I understand that things go over time. Everything we've been discussing today is absolutely equally important. So I would suggest that we do continue this discussion, though, and maybe I would suggest that we take a specific, as we have the opportunity now to sort of put it forward to a monthly meeting, for instance, I would suggest that the first monthly meeting that we have, which will be the 15th of January, That's the date, you can double check, that we will continue this, and we will take note of everything, all the feedback that we received today. It's all been super helpful. A lot of concrete suggestions that we are actually able to implement fairly easily, I would say. Right, Savas? Yeah.
Yeah. I would like to say something. I've heard the comment that some people do not receive the emails. They send with the emailer and some people do not receive it. This is not actually a EURAXESS specific problem. It is more of the people that they're receiving their emails, they ended up in the spam files. They never reply to it. So the Amazon Web Services, if they do not get the proper flag back, they block this email address and they never send it again to them. So even if they go away from EURAXESS, they never arrive to the destination. Some people do contact us that they do not receive notifications, and we open a ticket with Digit to whitelist this email so they can receive the notifications again. So it's a time-consuming process for those users. That's a comment I needed to make about the emailer.
That's also a good comment. I think, however, this specific situation had to do with none of the emails actually were sent. So can you, Savas, confirm, because this is my suspicion, that if you leave the environment whilst it's still sending, it won't complete the process?
Yes.
That's correct. So if you indeed are sending out more than 1,000 emails, it does take quite a long while. So you have to stay within the environment and ensure that indeed it says.
I think it will block it. It will not send anything. I think it will think the system is cancelled.
Right.
And they will need to go back and resend it again.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. We will continue discussions in the monthly meeting. So for now, we're gonna head to lunch finally. And what we're going to do as well, we're going to take a photo of all of us. This is super important. So the photographer should be ready for us outside. So let's just, maybe we should stay here even. Would that be easiest instead of crowding the...
Do I go look for him?
Maybe,
yeah. I'll go look for him. So it's time to fix everything.
But you can get moving.
Divorce the eyebrows, these type of things.
Thank you.
Here's left. We'll take the picture right here outside. Apparently the light is better. So we go for a picture now, and at 2 o'clock we are back. 2 o'clock sharp. I won't be here, but 2 o'clock sharp.
Now, yes. So, I guess guys online can hear us. It's 2-hour session and it's dense. The good news is that we have been some of the topics that some of the issues I would say that we wanted to tackle because what exactly EURAXESS does, something dense and deep thoughts and reflections. We've been already starting in the morning, so we will keep continuing doing if you think it's necessary. I think it's necessary because the 2 reasons I'm going to explain to you now. Yeah, so we will. So I think it's even 2 hours. Maybe we can make it shorter because many conversations have already started, and maybe there is only going to be recap. Also, next please. So it's not a new thing that I'm bringing here, but we are going to talk about a specialization model. Okay, and like I said, this is not new. I mean, it's been going on in the network for a while. We started with EURAXESS Hub, piloting. The EURAXESS Hub project was piloting some hubs. That there is a way, an operational model, because to specialize the network, you can use different operational models. So let's be that clear. We started to experiment with hubs. Maybe we confused a lot the network, what we were doing. But it was just specialization. It was a way to arrange, services. Maybe we didn't arrange so much capacity building, but nevertheless, we were doing a specialization model, Then then we have ERA talent and whatever. Hubs were continuing in ERA talent, but they were not maybe so well embedded, and maybe not so well funded. And also we were learning in the process. We suddenly were learning that there were more responsibilities for hub leaders, maybe the way to incorporate new members, into the hubs. It was something that maybe we didn't think about it straightforward, and then we end up with a project and suddenly to incorporate all these people. So we have been learning a lot. But it was something that I want to mention is that last BHO meeting, we have a discussion, also a workshop session led by me, that we all agree that in order to continue trying to provide as best as we can the support, our mission as EURAXESS towards researchers, the end user, not the only user, but the end user, we needed some sort of a specialization because our portfolio is insane, basically. It's a lot. We've been discussing this morning, Slaven has already mentioned it. It's better to maybe not to do so many things, but do it well. And also very important things that we all consider that is important, like this morning, for example, we talk about research security. Of course, always related with the policy somehow. Otherwise, we will not have maybe enough support to do it. And this is also key. So we all agree on that. So the session today is about reflection and making some more agreements, okay? So then in Rome, within the context of the General Assembly of the current project, of the ERA Talent project, we made the reflections on hub model. And I'm saying this because when we collect also comments, then people said we should learn, we should make more reflections on hub model. Well, we've done it. We do a SWOT analysis. We provide you with information. It's probably going to be more because it's going to be something embedded in some deliverable of this project too. But we kind of reflect the learning points of the hubs. Maybe it is true that not so much from the perspective of the EURAXESS centers, but only for the hub leaders. And maybe a little bit more analyzed is needed, but also in Sofia at the beginning, we also have a discussion that we were confusing a lot the network and whatever, so maybe this needs to be a little bit more of an exercise there. But it's been already a good thought about, okay, what did it work, what didn't work, and all that. Then next day in Rome, BHOs that were not, they currently are not in the current project, were invited, okay? We're invited because we thought this is very important, this is a very important session that we were handling there, and we wanted to invite the BHOs because what we did is propose another type of specialization model, different. Of course, there's going to be things from the hubs because there were good things from the hubs, you know, and we know from the SWOT analysis. But we kind of evolve the topic, but it still is a specialization model, okay? And then we collect, remember, we did these exercises and we collect a lot of input. It was a time for brainstorming, bring with ideas, comments, everything was allowed. We tried to structure, remember, but, you know, everything's there. I guess it's now some points to close, you know, at least one important thing. Not all, we will have a whole project for that, don't worry. So today, basically, well, actually, no, leave it. Today, although we are gonna bring it to you, your comments, you know, from Rome session, so you can see, actually I tried to digitalize them, but I didn't change it, so it's raw material here, obviously, connected, you know, and somehow categorized, but it's your raw material. So please, if anyone says, no, I didn't mean this, it was me, I didn't mean this, what I meant was that, it's now the time to say it. Although, like I said, many of the things here, especially related with the operational model itself, we don't need to agree here because we think we're gonna have time during the project. What is needed to be at the end of this session today is an agreement on the topics of a specialization. Topics, subtopics, we'll see how it works. Why this is needed, why you say, why to rush? Why cannot we wait and do it through the project? Or maybe in the next BHO meeting, bring it back the topics and discuss them. Because in order to nurture and to fund, and also you will see that there are comments, a lot of comments in Rome about this, you know, the cluster hubs or wherever it is, needs to be well funded. Otherwise, we'll not make it. And again, we will confuse the hell of a lot the network. So for that reason, we are kind of speeding up the process. But I think the conversation this morning was showing us, or at least we want to read it like that we are ready for this. You know, that we have, you know, to settle the topics. Doesn't mean the topics are forever. Can change. But what is going to be, and can become news, you know. Today we have heard one, research security. But what is true is that maybe the new ones to come within the current project is not so easy to well fund as the other ones, as the ones embedded already in the project. We already had experienced this in the current project in the ERA talent because talent circulation and research for refugees was a new hub, and they have this issue. You know, maybe they're, you know, there is some way. So we think we need to avoid somehow this and start with a project with already the topics that we're going to be working. So today, because after today, probably next week, you will receive an expression of interest for this cluster coordination. Let's see how we call it. Okay, so it's important in order to start to prepare the next project. I hope, and if you have any comment, now is the time to say, no, we don't want this. because otherwise, as coordinators of the next project, we're going to move forward. Okay, so next. So the objectives of today's session is basically, like I said, recap and reflection on important points for the cluster model. But you will see that in order to have a conversation of the topics, we need to have a conversation. We already started this morning. Very basic concepts. Who are our targets? What is our identity? How we internally communicate? How we externally, not the tools, you know, because unfortunately we cannot provide a very good communication to Commission, to ourselves, and to the external stakeholders, and to our users, if we don't exactly know what we are doing. So this is why we need to have these conversations. Okay, so next, let's start from the first one. Get ready, okay? So the first one is the recap and reflection on important points. So next, please. It's not working. Okay. How are we going to do this? Remember, and it's also for the online people, how are we going to do this? In Rome, we present you the model. Actually, we gave it to you beforehand so you could read it. Then in Rome, we have this gathering, brainstorming, you know, gathering comments. We remember we were asking you questions to trigger the conversation. We try also intergovernance, meta-coordination. Then we also have intra-governance. We're not going to confuse you like that today, okay? We just basically elements of the topics, of the clusters, you know, for the operational model, and what were your thoughts about them? Okay, I will show you. Like I said, many topics. Somehow we already tackled this morning. Other topics don't need to be settled today, because I think we will have time during the project. Other ones maybe need some kind of, communicating our thoughts, and the same for you. We expect you, please raise your hand and say, hey, that was my comment, I didn't mean this, or actually, I'm in favor or not, okay? Good, this is the way we're gonna work. Okay, so, just to remind you why we did this specialization model and why we thought there is a window of opportunity for this. And the computer is not responsive, so please. Okay, there we go. So we've been here strengthening your access initiative and putting it to where do we want to put it, you know, in the ERA arena. So we thought that we have a window of opportunity to enhance knowledge exchange. And this is not sharing practices. What we meant with this is that within the network, not everybody knows who is doing what. Not everybody knows not only who, what is doing, what are we doing? And now I'm talking about BHOs. Probably we are the well connected. We're talking also about EURAXESS Center members. So the flow of this information, you know, where the things are, how we operate, how you get into the projects, how to use the capacity building systems and so on, there is a window to, you know, for enhancing. So then we need to reinforce our internal identity, who we are, what we're doing. We had this conversation this morning, okay? And in this way, we see this as a way also to foster engagement we see this in a way to engage, to foster engagement of the EURAXESS centers, and in general, BHOs too. Because otherwise, we cannot internally communicate what is EURAXESS. We can promote it. Ana Margarida explained us this morning that when the first time EURAXESS came to Portugal, a lot of institutions were there, very interested, because it's a way to give it visibility, because in that time, maybe that was they wanted. Then they didn't find it, and now maybe they're not, or yes, interested, or they have changed interest. It could happen in any country, could be a different situation, So we need to be aware of that. Then we also saw a window of opportunity to integrate projects, classical EU project, more effectively into the broader initiative, including the portals and network, So better communication and dissemination using the tools and better internal communication. Clear access, we also saw a window of opportunity to improve, well, okay, fine, this is all what we do. How can I participate? We saw a window of opportunity there. So to improve outreach to our network or to our users, external users as well. And who they are is a key question, these external users. And of course, increase our external visibility, towards stakeholders and our network position. I think we should, I think, honestly, we deserve it because we do a lot of things, and some of them very good. So maybe we need to be more, we have to talk about this tomorrow. We are now experiencing, in my opinion, a boost, because of Choose Europe in science, most likely. But what about the other things we do? Why don't we have the same boost? Or I feel that we don't have the same boost for career development services or integration, social integration. So, having said that, for all of this, to try to, and this is a lot, it's a high expectation, of a model. This needs a little bit more than a model, as you can imagine. But next, so we propose a model, an operational model, based on a specialization. Please do not forget that. And this operational model, we thought that by connecting BHO's EURAXESS network through a specialization, okay, then this workflow of information, the flow, working flow, all of this knowledge and all of this communication, internal communication, will improve. Okay, this is an internal operational model. External, our users, they see they don't see so much of this internal operation. What they see is that we produce some services. We, the whole network, not BHOs, the whole network provides services. We provide information and resources portals. We also engage with the stakeholders, and then all to comply with our mission. International, to give career support. International mobility, that was our main one, and we were reminded yesterday how they create us for international purposes. But then in 2017, career development came. For researchers, we all know that many of our activities, actually what they are doing is engage institutions, not always, and we need to discuss this, not always EURAXESS members, just general institutions. We provide it with guidelines, we provide it with toolkits. We do a lot of things also for institutions because we know that this is the way to improve the researchers' support, Okay, so let's move to the next one. The benefits. We thought, obviously, enhance internal knowledge flow, like I said, and this will support more effective identification of service gaps and activity needs. If we know what we're doing, if we know who is doing it, we think, okay, maybe someone is not tackling this. There is a window of opportunity there to do, new things there. And also activity needs. If someone is doing exactly the same thing for the same topic, why do we have to do it? Maybe there's no need. Increase engagement of EURAXESS member. This is part of the model, different from hubs. Then improve integration of project activities, like I said. It's a way also to catering, the funding from the project to the network through these clusters. Then more effective external communication based on topics, not based so much on tools. Based on, we are experts on, whatever topics we decide. Then strengthen the EURAXESS narrative. We will be able to create an identity, know what we're doing, and be able to have a better narrative. And for that also we need information flowing a lot, very well. Okay, so next. Then I will start with the elements of a cluster. Remember, in Rome, the first one was the topic, okay? So each cluster needs to have one topic, several topics. We need to decide. But I'm not going to start for that because that's going to be the last point of today's session, okay? So I'm going to start with another element. We propose you a model that to think about the type of activities that these clusters and the outputs that they will produce. To be honest, nothing new. Nothing new. Services or outputs types, are the current things we're doing. Activities like webinars, outputs like outcomes like guidelines, general stuff. Then we thought, okay, for our end users, always researchers, but also we need to take into account that the institutions are there and how they are connected with EURAXESS Center members, with EURAXESS centers. Then we can think, and this is something that we introduce in the hub model, what type of services, the network, a EURAXESS Service Centers is providing local services. But through the project, sometimes we are providing cross-border services, or even though without project, some EURAXESS centers or BHOs can collaborate and provide cross-border services. So we need to think that we can do both things, not one or the other one, both things. We cannot ship the whole thing, otherwise, the power of it, I think the power of EURAXESS is the network, because they are the ones providing most of the services. We do things and maybe communicate and disseminate better from the projects, but they do a lot of things. So we need to nurture this network. And then we said, okay, cluster must include thematically integrated capacity building and exchange activities towards this network, because it's very important. So we were talking this morning about capacity building and exchange practices with the tools that we maybe already have. Well, if someone comes with another one, let's go, let's do it. But we have tools like FSTP, strategy business scopes, women workshops, you name it. And then we said, clusters must have an annual working plan. Why we're so obsessed with that? Because it's a way to know what we're doing. Just simple like that. Not how well we do it, maybe we can go to next level during the project, but at least what we are doing. And Commission is asking for us from that, especially in the call. What are we doing? From the project perspective, it's another matter. It's also financial resources, obviously, because they are linked. But from the perspective of this flow of knowledge, we need to know what we are doing and internally communicate it. So this is how we also expect to engage the outreach, how to engage the internal engagement for the EURAXESS member, and also our better narratives for communication, what we are doing. So, okay, next is, what were your comments about this? Oh no, sorry, before that, please, if it's not clear now the difference between the hub model and the cluster model, please say so. Okay, so it's not coming the next one yet. Number 10, please. So remember, in the hub model, they prioritize the provision of services, driven by a specific, this is the same, driven by topic, by themes. Yeah, this is the same in cluster and hubs, for sure. But the way to operate is not the same, and the purpose is not the same. Because the main purpose of the hub, and this was because of the name, is because a way to engage external stakeholders. Better entrance for them. And then it has an emphasis of innovative cross-border services. somehow neglecting the local services. And we experienced that within the project, especially when we funded the FSTPs. It's like, wow, now how can we get these people on board if they are doing things for themselves? I mean, for themselves, sorry, for the local environment. Okay? So the cluster model now centers more on knowledge sharing, but I'm not talking with you, okay? And the development of a community identity. Of course, also the same as the hub model driven by the theme of the topic. This is the specialization model. But it's obviously to improve services. We always have to have this aim, this goal. But whether local or cross-border services, both of them, they're not exclusive. More importance, we put more importance, as you can see for what I'm saying, the outreach to users. It's a way to better provide, information of what we're doing, also internal purpose and visibility of the network through the topics, okay? Not so much of what we are and the services that we do, but the service that we do and also the capacity building through the topics. Okay, so next, your comments on that. And the ones I put in red is the one that they are contradictory. Okay, that doesn't go this way. Someone thought, no way. So yeah, this is something that we need to discuss. Basically, about the type of services and outputs, more or less, it was more of suggestions, well, we should have a strong focus on tangible outputs, clear, heard. Definitely more beneficial if clusters could implement cross-border services. I hope now that is clear. You can do both, okay? Definitely all type of exchange and capacity building should be an instrument, so someone basically was reinforcing the idea. Transfer of knowledge, experience from ECS to another one. This is, again, the sharing practices, one of the tools that we can use. Then we should also focus more on long-term outcomes and be able to present them to the stakeholders and interested parties. Both. We need to, provide outputs and services, but also, in the long term, is this kind of identity and what we're doing. And I think also the provision of what we're doing, it will help us to understand, to have this more long-term vision. Although I cannot assure that, not sure. Working plan. Your comments about working plan, I extracted, for this because I think that's relevant. Most of you were like, yeah, definitely. Yeah, replication for each cluster, positive, And someone said, importance of overall plan. Once again, to know what we're doing. So cohesive output from EURAXESS, timetable of webinar surveys. Maybe that was going too far into the details. I mean, when exactly you're going to do the activity that you set in your working plan, guys, is too much. I'm sorry, but it's too much. At least for me. I can tell you more or less in what kind of months we're going to do it, but that's it, Maybe when it's time to come, then I will tell you 1 month before, this event coming, and if we have a nice calendar, we will put it there. Now linking with the conversation this morning. Someone said, no, good idea. No. And someone said, and also good question. Isn't our working plan already designed at project level? Yeah, but not up to this detail. Well, now in this call, not in the standard EU project, okay? But now with this call, it already is asking for not maybe the same, but something similar. So we can connect the two. But it's a very legitimate question, that one. So then if it's connected with the project, if it's helping all of this, it's still not a good idea. I'm not trying to convince you here, but I'm trying to, please, we need to make an agreement because it's going to be a part of the project, okay? And we need to hand the proposal 12th of March. So collection of, and then, And then the working plan, someone had the idea of, okay, collection of expressions of interest and consider the expertise, managing abilities. Please do not confuse the working plan with the expression of interest of a project, okay? Obviously, somehow they're going to be connected. Some activities are going to be funded by the project. But you can do no funding project activities, or maybe later ones, they will come the ones from the FSTP, or communities of practice. Sometimes if they're working, it's difficult to predict what they're going to be the outputs, that maybe they can be included in this working plan during the process, okay? So do not confuse with the expression of interest of the project, please. Up to here, questions, remarks, comments? You are all very tired. Yeah, Tres.
Thank you. Yes, Tres from Sweden. I just want to say that I think that the working plan is a good idea. I think especially if you're getting funding for it, you should probably give in some sort of structural way of showing what's the plan that can be followed up, and hopefully it can be in discussion with you about it being flexible and being kind of agile to be able to kind of change it along the line, but it should be some type of document that you can follow up on so that you don't just go into it and cannot show that you have a plan. So yeah, I would
remember not to show into the project coordinator. This most likely will be within the cluster, so to show to the cluster coordinator. Obviously, there will be some connection between the cluster coordinators as a commission, you know, so the whole network knows what we're doing. And we included here commission as the network too. Please allow me, of course, it's not, but allow me for this case. Yeah, Ilva. Wow, that's challenging for you then.
But so with these clusters, are they all thought to be for the entire duration of the project, or are we thinking of pilot clusters, things that we look for 1 year and then decide whether we continue or abandon? So would we have the freedom to really test some things and then maybe come to the conclusion it would be good to merge these two clusters or to do something different? How much enshrined is it in connection to the entire duration of the project?
I mean, first, I will not think on the duration of the project. I will think for the sustainability after the project. That's the main aim of our whole operational model of a network. In terms of the project, depending on what is funded, in the activities, and we will have to be flexible on this. When clusters can be merged, because clusters and topics maybe, this is for the end of a session, but maybe are not exactly the same. Maybe we need to even further clusterize. But cluster topics, especially topics, we need to be flexible. We need to be flexible because suddenly research security is important. Suddenly another topic is important. Suddenly commission of the policy guys tell us, yay, EURAXESS, do that. Or no, EURAXESS, don't do that anymore. And we cannot keep, the same topics. The same model, yes, of operation, but not the same topics. I will come to that how to decide when, how, because there is some mechanisms for intergovernance.
Can I ask something? I would like to see the clarity in between the tasks and things we are normally doing in our EURAXESS remits in different countries, and the activities which would be part of the projects. How, because the things which are normally doing, somebody's paying for it, whatever funding people have in different countries. And then on top of this, there are clusters, in some activities. There has to be a connection. Can we still consider the things which are doing normally every day as part of this cluster's work? Or maybe I'm confusing something.
Depends, and I will come to that here. Depends. Of course, the things that you do at your national level are part of the network. And somehow, if there are thematically, if you can think of a thematization of that, I mean, for example, your role as visa, as part of talent circulation, some kind of visa entry conditions, this topic of core mobility, it is a topic of EURAXESS, yes. It is a topic funded by the project. It's not. And it will be. There are some rules. There are some rules from clusters that we already explained, depending on that, is it only local services and it's for you? No, because the role of a cluster is that you do this. If it's local, then you need to do capacity building. You need to bring something back to the network. And then connect it with the project, depending on the call, depending on the funding, depending on, for this call, for the next one, I guess could be the same.
I think that the core obviously is done every day and is funded by something, but there will be, things which come out of these daily activities which can be very easily transferable into the project as a whole, not the whole network. Definitely. There are people, there are stories, connections between countries, a lot of things.
Yeah, and the way we see it is connected all of this by theme, by topics,
Which I would be normally not doing, but because there is a space.
Yeah.
Which cannot be discussed here, but I see that potential.
But that's more for the expression of interest of the project, the activities of the project.
Yeah, I like the idea of flexibility, as you said, and sometimes also things are not interesting anymore, as it happens to us also. But what bothers me, how and when we will decide on the second year. It's a program detailed for the first year. And then what will happen for the second year?
Well, the next year, I think it's very early to say that topic disappear. Well, maybe disappears an activity or something, and then this is settled in the working plan, but a topic to disappear
not
in
exactly,
1 year?
No, sorry, not exactly for disappearing, but how it will be done to prepare the second year while we are doing the first one, how it will be done?
Like we did the working plan for the hubs. We did a working plan in the hubs. The ones that are in hubs, we did a working plan. I mean, basically, it was a collection of what you're going to do. And the coordinator, well, in this case, it was hub leader, knew what they were doing. I mean, not in details, but at least what it was coming. And that was very easy because when, in our case, when we were invited to talk about our hub, our topic, it was career transition, then I could not only talk about what FECIT is doing, but I could talk about what all of these people is doing. And I always put, who are the hub members? So there is a communication dissemination strategy behind this too. And I think this was let's see how manageable it is up to a point, but this is the idea. So of course, obviously you have to have a heavy internal communication in your cluster. Heavy, very heavy. More than, that we have been having. But we are agreeing that otherwise we don't know who is doing what. So this is the way that we came up with an idea, a solution. Let's explore that and let's see up to a point it works. So, next.
If I may,
sorry.
Elisa, sorry. First of all, many thanks to you for the great preparatory work you have done so far. It's really amazing. And I would like to start with reminding all of us of what Slaven said this morning. Please don't take it, dear colleagues, don't take it for granted that we'll get this project funded. So this is why it's important, and I encourage all of you to look at the wording of the call. And I just briefly scanned for the buzzwords.
Yes.
And you immediately see simplification will be key. Point 1, good, addressed. another new elements. We were talking about research security, for example, or new governments, new operational models. All these things are here. And before we go into the detail, we need to keep an eye on what the Commission is expecting from us. And this is why I highly support your approach, how you presented it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, because, yeah, of course, we took into account the call, because otherwise we will not be able to fund this model. Simple like that. And more than that, Italy, the call is already saying, I mean, you can guess from the call the topics that are more important now, so maybe they get funded more through the project. Reality. Don't want to talk so much about the project, but yeah, read the call, please, because it's there. What we are providing here is a framework. And the activities, it's up to you, but within the topics. And of course, this operational model is, yeah, it's going to be the proposal. And of course, we will fine-tuning many of these things, you know. So, let's speed up a little bit, okay? Membership. This is something that we can fine-tune during the project, I think. Although we said, the only thing you ask to members is commit to a working plan. That is, in another very simple words, is do something. Straightforward. And then you explain them what you can do. You explain it. You can do individual cross-border services. Oh, go for it. Do a cross-border international mentoring program. Do, I don't know, entrepreneurship for the whole network. Do, I don't know, you name it. Just be creative. Participate in a cluster cross-border service, in a cross-border service. So, okay, maybe you don't do it, but you are there actually helping, you know, because maybe some activities needs more than one BHO or EURAXESS center doing it. You can also then join. And then the difference from hubs. You can do also local services, the things that matter maybe we're naming now. But then in that case, you need to do somehow exchange practices. You need to bring something back to the network. With the purpose of this nurture and engagement, you know, of the network, to bring something to the network. It could be just sharing practices, it could be webinars, it could be something. And then what else you ask to these members? Please commit to the cluster dissemination and communication strategy. And please help to do the working plan, you know, with reporting. I mean, that's it. Which is it's not, I mean, it is things, but it's not a lot, to be honest. So basically, do your things. If you do for your local environment, bring something to the network, and then communicate and disseminate, report to the work plan, so everybody can know through the coordinators what is doing what and, you know, what the network is doing. That's it, your comments. So next on this.
Something, merci, okay, yeah. Do something. It's maybe little, actually, taking into consideration that there are barriers to access and else. How far would that be defined? You know, what something is, because otherwise, so quality-wise, of course, if a recording doesn't work because of technical issues, that's something else. But I mean, would we say that if a webinar is organized, at least we have to record it so that people who could not attend such things, so a minimum will be defined or not? That's the question.
No, I don't think top-down. I think the cluster should define that, you know, within the cluster.
Yeah,
should define that. You can name the way that you share the practice, okay? I mean, obviously the ones funded by the project, yeah, maybe the coordinators will say something, you know, but you name it. So also, before your comments in Rome, basically we also have some things that this is totally for fine-tuning within the project. Should we have an onboarding mechanism? Streamline is a word, so maybe don't get mad on this, you know. Must include all members comply with, yeah, this is something very important. If someone comes to you and say, I can do this activity, it basically complies with these simple rules that we just said, it's included as a membership. They don't have to sign anything. They don't, or maybe just to flag, we will figure it out. But that's it. Well, this is how we see it. Otherwise, we will all extremely complicate, you know? Then we provide something for the clusters members, because otherwise maybe we will not do anything. Well, here is when it comes the FSTP, maybe access to study visits, and just people will join a community of practice just because they want to be there and participate. So let's see this, although it's difficult to foresee. And then onboarding rules and mechanisms for each cluster, but not to be selective, because otherwise it becomes a club, you know? So, and that's not the point, because big point of this model is to be engaging with people, you know, with people, with our EURAXESS centers and BHOs. So there shouldn't be. Well, this is the way we see it. Must include all members which comply with required criteria for all clusters. Like I said, if someone comes and is doing that, why are you going to say no? Based on what? Yeah, your comments. Sorry, guys, let's read your comments because maybe they're going to be expressed here already. So your comments on that is heavy stuff, okay? Yep. The 14th. Yeah, but I don't have, and it's not responsive. Okay. Wow. There were a lot of things that maybe different people have different views on this membership, for sure. They said affiliation to activity rather than formal membership. Yeah. I mean, from Fethid's point, and I'm not talking for coordinator or, you know, proposal, yes, this is it. Then how long, and this is a very important question, how long to the extent they wish, expression in, you know, how long they can be engaged in these clusters? And then to the extent they wish? Yes, of course. And at the moment they stop providing something in the rules of the cluster, they're not anymore part of a cluster. How do you know? Because of the working plan. And that's it. I don't know. It's basically it's because you do things, you are part of a cluster. Then, of course, someone said we need to discuss the description of action, update how it connects with the commitments to the cluster. Whoa, that's too far, I think. In my opinion, that's too far. Because if it's affiliation to activity, if it's to the point that they wish, are they going to be signing all the time the declaration of commitment? No way. I mean, I don't think we should go that way. And also because I think it's overcomplicating the whole thing, you know? Then someone also suggested a maximum of participants. That's the purpose of the whole cluster, is engaging people. Yeah, the critical mass. It was also a good comment. Maybe you need a critical mass. Yeah. One person is a cluster. One BHO is a cluster. Maybe that's telling you, the network is telling you that. I don't know. Alienor.
Why is it needed? I mean, of course, if you have one person, d'accord, this is not enough. But people could join, you know, when time, you know, progresses somehow, and also the word spreads. This is something we cannot make sure that they are well known since the beginning, and that already, I don't know, 20 people are there because it's such a sexy topic. I mean, in the end, time will tell, and also the engagement of people. You could have few people making a lot of move, let's say, and because they're super active, this is a bit dangerous maybe, and would also put some entry barriers that we do not want to have, actually. Yeah.
Maybe Eleanor is right. Maybe we should start being flexible, and then let's see in the working plans if actually the cluster is successful to engage EURAXESS network members, and then decide. Maybe it's a better way of doing things that just impose a critical mass from the very beginning. True, because yeah, maybe it becomes a sexy topic.
I think for me, key is that you think about management of expectations. I think that's really, really important, that when people lead a cluster, they know what the expectations are, and when people join and they know what the expectations are, you can make all kind of different rules and regulations, but you need to have some management of expectations. Otherwise, you could end up that a cluster head is expecting a lot, nobody's doing anything, and then the frustrations, they start from the beginning. And I think in EURAXESS projects, we all know, I mean, everybody of us know that we had beneficiaries in our tasks, and some beneficiaries, they do a lot of work. Some people, they don't do nothing. And for me, it always has been a problem with this management of expectation in a task, in a work package, and now also in a cluster. So I really hope that will be part of the project from the beginning, that we know this is what we can expect in a minimum way.
Yeah, this is why we set up these rules. You have to do something. And of course, we can set up more rules to the funding in the project, you know? But at least the minimum for the clusters is this. But it's already saying, well, you have to do something. So if you're going to express your interest for an activity, for a cluster, to be funded in the project, you have to come up with something. Maybe not you alone, maybe in collaboration with other ones. Yeah, but try to avoid this. And I agree with you, Mark. This is very important. And otherwise, people who are doing a lot. And it's crafting expectations too. From the beginning, okay. And this is why we're talking with you, BHOs. First, because you're going to be first the beneficiaries, the potential beneficiaries. But then with the FST people, that there are EURAXESS centers, and people who maybe want to join even if they are not funded, craft expectation. You need to do something. You can engage with the clusters in the way, like, you know, they do a webinar. Oh, yeah, I follow this cluster, you know, and they do a webinar. I am there. Yeah, of course, this is for, you know. But to benefit maybe from study visits or things like that, you need to do something. A study visit actually is doing something, to be honest. For me, it's doing something already. Yeah, Aliena?
Thanks to Mark, because in one activity that I was involved in, the startup was, we saw this, if we say, we make it very broad, people join who are at a very starting level, let's say, with a certain topic. And we say, okay, we want to empower them. So there are people who want to help and bring in the others to a certain level and help them learn. But if everyone hopes that they get something out of it, even those that are far advanced, this is a real problem. Also for the speakers, for example, they're not sure, you know, whom to address at which level with the pre-knowledge, let's say. And so if you want to serve both objectives, I mean, that might be possible within a cluster still, but that you say that there are then different communities, so some who learn and people who share, and the others who really want to exchange, let's say, at eye level. I mean, it's just different expectations, but they could be served, in my humble opinion, within one cluster. But so it might not be exclusive, I mean, to some, but sure that then there would be different sub-communities, let's say, you know, if we want to have this, to empower people on one side, that could be one objective, and the other one, really best practice exchanges, and if there you have people who cannot contribute because they're at the very beginning, then it's problematic. But do we want to serve these two goals? Maybe, or not? So that could be a valid question to ask.
Yes, yeah, it's a good question.
Yes, indeed, you raised a very interesting, more than interesting question because of resources. If you want to move to do something during the project, which wasn't at the beginning, it's a question of resources, reallocation. So it's complicated. But you raised an issue that this project is a sort of a combination of the Commission. I don't understand it. Before Slaven, before you arrived, that to finance these activities, it will be a call. A call, by definition, is a competition. And this is sort of a competition like in North Korea, only one proposal. But okay, I think to overcome with a project, you have to report deliverables to the Commission. But you are saying correctly that the reporting should be to us, to the partners,
both,
to the network, right?
Both.
Both, exactly. So maybe there could be a mechanism that deliverables is for the Commission, fine, because it's a contract, but milestones will be defined that the milestone should be reported. We will have once a month online meeting, a 15 minutes reporting on when someone reached a milestone, and to have a lot of milestones. That's okay. It's not a formal reporting, a lot of work, but to give a presentation to all of us, what happens, what we achieved, and what is the next step.
Yeah, something like that would be a solution, connecting the cluster, these, the things are doing to the reporting and communication, and also maybe with milestone. We left it more to the internal governance of the whole cluster, or not governance, coordination, like how you want to engage with your people. But maybe you're right, maybe imposing some milestones, like you have to had a meeting with your members somehow to update the working plan, how things are doing, so coordinators know what is going on. It is needed because otherwise we don't know who is doing what. So yeah, it's a way to connect. It's this is something to craft in the proposal of a call, and obviously connected with the annually, reportings and the working plan. So it's all connected to streamline processes, not to do 1,000 reporting things. Okay, this is the key. Maybe it's not that we are calling the same different things, they are the same at the end, but it's like going to be reused somehow. So we don't have to do so much work, okay? Well, so much work. Having said that, the coordination of these, not for the project coordinator, but the coordinator of the cluster, this is heavy. This is a heavy duty that we overseen during the hub project, hub model, because we didn't think about this. Okay.
I will try to think along this, think aloud along those lines of membership and onboarding. We discussed already a lot about it, but just it now comes to my mind actually that if I put this discussion in the context of niche cluster, like this scientific entrepreneurship or whatever inside Rebecca, for me it would be very important, like membership, it's kind of tricky thing. Because it's very difficult to find the competencies, find the organizations with the competencies, with the activities, ask them to commit to membership. First, what's the value for them? No funding, obviously, if they're from within, maybe some funding from the FSTP call or some other tricks and things that we discussed as potential candidates for reaching out to service centers. But that's kind of insufficient and it's not sustainable because they will be there as long as they're funding, but then they will disappear. So for me, it would be important to know if they did in the past something that is valuable for us, as long as they can give back to the network with this capacity building part. So they did a training which sounds like something that could be, replicated. And we put also in context of synergy with something else. And then we could ask them to make a presentation or a mentoring with one or other organization, whatever. So give back to the network. So that's it. For me, that's an activity already. Even though the actual activity reaching out to target groups was in the past. But they gave back by providing this capacity building segment.
Yeah, and a good point that you said that is that the commitment to stay in the cluster, it will be dependent on the funding.
Yeah, that's why, if I may just continue along those lines, that's why membership is a very difficult topic. I mean, at least, I mean, in context of time or whatever, maybe there is some term which could weaken this affiliation or whatever.
Yes, I agree with you.
To see the small letters, and I can see that we are slide 14 out of 38, and we want to finish today. How we can
So don't worry, there is now 3 topics more that we have been covered already in the morning, so now we're going to speed up. I know membership is, it's a key point because we don't have to create a super complicated model. It's more about engaging people doing things and avoiding also that we've been talking, and we need to find a balance there. And also what Eleanor was saying, that maybe people they're not able to do a cross-border services because they're not ready that for, or even for their own institutions, but at least they can pilot something and then share with the network, as Milan was saying, or maybe they have pilot something and share with the network. That was my experience. And this is already an activity, funded or not, depending on the project. But if someone wants to do it because it's not funded, fair enough. I mean, go ahead. We have cases like that actually in our CAP now.
Maybe it's just a matter of definition. If I think about the types of people or of contributions you would get there, they could be called sponsors. If this is people who share their experience, I mean, we have these terms in other contexts, and those who are joining on a regular basis, just to be updated and also to contribute their little bit, but maybe not be stated as experts, we said it's activity-based, and then we could still, make the difference between members, if you really want to keep it, or call them sponsors. I think, it's not so complicated in the end. It's just a question how much they will contribute. And that will be, I mean, the general question to understand how much you can get out of your cluster due to the activities in the plan. And so, I don't hope that this definition aspect will be hindering whatever in the end. So, of course, if we need to clarify this before and to agree on one definition for all people contributing, otherwise we could just have different ones according to the types of contributions.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Not something I said, this is not the big topic to agree today, but definitely we need more conversations on membership. And I think we have time also, even within the project, starting at the very beginning, but not very late, because then we start to involve people, I mean, with the project, the activities that are going to be funded by the project are easier because they are already in the working plan of the project, so they are already here, But it's more about the people to enter during the project. So because the idea is that they expand. So yeah, and I agree with you, Mira. Maybe membership is a very strong word. Maybe affiliation, I don't know. We need to think about it, okay? Contributors. Yeah. I mean, the label, I know names and wording is important, but what is more important that we all understand the same from the same name, the label, This is what is important. Okay, but maybe for me membership was not so strong, but now listening to you, I agree, yes, maybe it's too strong.
Can you please give microphone to those that speak in the audience, because we don't hear either the question,
we got very excited here.
Good point,
sorry.
No, it was my bad. It was not so important. Svetlana just said that I think the term you choose also works on the way it's perceived, your participation. And the membership, it's more about adhering to something, being part of something than, let's say, participants or contributors. This is like a one-time thing. And the other one is, so I'm part of something great, and voila, shape it.
Okay, I think we need to stop a little bit, one moment, because I think maybe we are starting to lose people. So maybe for the ones in the room that they are thinking, oh my God, they are going into very metaphoric and semantic things. Yes, it is, but it's, as you have seen, it's very important to agree on how we call things and how we do things. Otherwise, we can ask things, different things for EURAXESS members to enter a cluster that to another ones, which is not good. Not good because we will confusing a hell of a lot the network. So maybe this is a conversation for now, but we do this outreach of the cluster and, hey, guys, come in, you know. Of course, we're not going to start to talk about these things, but we need to be clear, okay, what we are doing. So sorry, apologies for this in-depth conversation. This probably was not the most difficult topic, okay? Okay. Anyone else? Go. So, communication exploitation strategy. Whoa, this one is not maybe as philosophical, it's just a matter of we need to improve this. But I think you start to see the tools, you know? The tools, working plan, knowing what everybody does, and who is responsible for dissemination and communication. And please do not think only on dissemination and communication through their project. That of course there will be. But it's not only that, it's if we need to communicate the activities that the clusters are doing, we also maybe have to take into account FSTP. Because these ones are funded by the project, but maybe because they were not being thought at the very beginning, we are not. What I would really like to avoid is one of the suggestions that has been already there, is that, okay, you guys are responsible to communicate, everybody in the project is responsible to communicate, and then you fill an Excel, and then that's it. No, I don't think this is the way, because then you see the activities afterwards, and what is the point? The ones that maybe are for the whole network. I don't know, and especially maybe with communicating the local activities, there's no point to know beforehand, you know, for the rest of the network, because nevertheless it's going to be for your local, environment. But especially for what is doing what, and especially for dissemination of the output, this is very important to know beforehand. This is very important, especially if we then want to connect it with the portal and put it somewhere, some outcome. So you cannot just get a deliverable, an outcome, and then, and now, by the way, we have already do a workshop that no one knows when happened, and now we need to put it in the portal. And I don't think it's a very good modus operandi, and it's not taking us very far in terms of, showing us to the external, especially to the external users, you know, stakeholders. So this is why communication and dissemination, instead of going for that, we are proposing that the coordinators, once again, the cluster coordinators have more responsibility on this, because they are the ones who knows what's going on and what's going to happen. Not exactly when it's going to happen, but they know. And then alignment with all the cluster and the project coordinators, I think we can improve a little bit this. It will be a work ongoing during the project. It's an idea. Maybe it doesn't work, maybe it fails. But let's try. Now I guess you can imagine another responsibility of a cluster coordinator. Milan.
Just quickly, I strongly suggest to put this in expression of interest. When someone proposes the deliverable outcome, then next to it, communication, dissemination, exploitation, quality assurance. So we know for the start, and based on that, you can justify required resources or whatever. You can more easily put this also in the full context and even spread different activities across the project, I guess.
Especially with the...
But still, we have this only for 1 year. Right or not? For the first year?
No, in the working plan, because Okay, one thing is the work plan of a project, another thing is the working plan of the clusters, although they are connected.
Okay, that's an answer. Okay.
Okay, so it's a very good idea, especially when outcomes from a project come. We have ended up having wonderful outcomes outside and then no money for dissemination or no thoughts about dissemination in advance. And then suddenly in the last 2 months of the project, we are all getting crazy disseminating our activities. Milan is right. We need to think a little bit more carefully during the expression of interest of this. Also because of the sake of allocated resources and to create a proper communication and dissemination and so on, so on, so on. Good point. Thanks, Milan. Incorporation of quality assurance and coherence with existing content. Yeah, we're going to work a little bit on that too. Your outcomes, if you expect to be in the portal of a commission, somehow we're going to have to work with the commission for some kind of quality control. They need to say to us what is good and what is bad and what is they are expecting. Otherwise, we do not. Then we end up something that is cannot make it, which is very frustrating for all of us. We all know. Then, important. Within this expression of interest, we're going to ask, okay, you're going to come with this outcome, which is very nice. Toolkit, guideline, name it, whatever, video, recording. Where are you going to put it? Have a plan. Maybe it's not fill it because then the portal changes and then we need to adapt, but at least have a plan, you know? And why is this important? Because you share first what is in the portal, which is a lot, and good luck, and then, you know, and see if there is a need. Maybe there's already something similar what you do. Maybe it's very unupdated, so yeah, why not to replace it? But then it's very different, you know, to come up with commission saying, hey, look at, and to please prepare, you know, the activities, also taking into account the dissemination of your outcomes, okay, and the exploitation, please. Not to be thought in the project with a general communication and dissemination strategy because it's going to fail. It's going to fail. It's not just from your EURAXESS projects. I see this in many other EU projects, but, you know, and other ones are doing great. So let's learn, you know, from other ones.
Can I add here something?
Yes, Svetlana.
Thank you, Elisa. Thank you, everyone. I have a good example on how we updated the Science for Refugees section of the portal, and at the same time decided together with the Commission how and what should be moved to the toolkit of the Science for Refugee Hub. So I would suggest that all clusters or hubs or whatever we call them in the new proposal, it might be rather cluster, to do the same exercise. Whatever is prepared to discuss with the Commission respective section, for instance, career development, that have two subsections for career in academia and communicating with industry, what to be put in the toolkit and to make in the toolkit clear reference also on the portal to make a clear reference to the toolkit. What is there and what is in the toolkit?
Okay, thanks, Svetlana, but I really like to make a good comment. Although communication, dissemination, exploitation strategy is probably heavily on the coordinator of a cluster, engaging with their affiliated members. I don't know now how to call it. But bear in mind that there must be an alignment between all the efforts from the clusters. Because maybe we are thinking of putting something in the career development section that maybe you have already said, just take it away and change it. So this is not an efficient way of doing it. Obviously, I think as Svetlana, and I don't want to say that you did something wrong, because more or less everybody else did the same. But I think it's a way that we need, that makes to another point of this presentation, that we need an alignment, you know, of clusters to especially for these things that I think with the working plan, with the alignment with coordinators in a subgroup or something, we are going to be more well connected. So we can work together.
Okay, that's my point too. This is what we did in Air Talent, but I totally agree with you that we need a general strategy for communication and common agreement between the clusters and common steps and common strategy for communication, exploitation, and dissemination of our results. That is my point too.
Great, thanks, Svetlana. Okay, now let's move to the comments, but we have already gone through this a little bit. Okay, and again, this is not something we need to, because we have to speed up a little bit, so this is not something we need to come up from this meeting with an agreement, but it's great we're having these conversations. Next. Role of cluster coordinator. You are already seeing this.
Because Svetlana just mentioned this toolkit, that sounds like retro from this point of view now.
Yes.
So I don't know we are going to discontinue this approach or not, but in any way, we should look for something that's below European portal, because in some cases we will not be able, it wouldn't make sense to publish it on European portal. So we need a space. So is it a toolkit or something? I think it should be part of this conceptual framework. Cluster cloud or something, something like that.
Know,
it can be hosted on national portals. I don't see the problem with it. But as long as we have some place where we could put something intermediary or something that should not reach out to European portals.
Exactly, crafting expectations. Maybe you put that your nice output is going to be on, and outputs is not a whole platform, because then it's going to be very difficult to absorb by the portal how it is. Outputs is just your output, okay? Then think about, do this exercise of saying where you're going to put it, but crafting expectations here. Milan is right, maybe it's not going to end up in the portal for several reasons that maybe we cannot yet know. So, yeah, maybe there is a way of having something in national portal, but also because other reasons, because we have more control of the content. And we need to, and we have seen it already, we keep updating these things. But this is an issue that is not solved yet. I don't have a proposal here to bring. I don't know if someone has it, please, let's talk about it. Definitely, it's an open issue also with Commission, I guess. But let's talk about it. But also I think we have time for this, not now, okay? But it's an open issue. But nevertheless, in the expression of interest, you will be asked to make the exercise. Okay, next. Already tackled this question, this topic. I don't want to use the word topic because it's for the other things, but this element. Thank you, because I'm starting to be a little bit like this. So thanks a lot, Isa. Roles of cluster coordinator. You are going to have in the expression of interest, because we are going to ask you if you want to be a coordinator. People have said name in a different way, not so strong word, once again, wording. What we do understand with words. But the roles of a coordinator that all clusters should have, okay? Then if you have another role within the cluster, I mean, do whatever you want. This is a minimum, you know? It's basically, the only tricky point here is roles defined by the coordinator for different clusters. There are specifics. Yeah, but there is a minimum. And we have already said alignment with other clusters, co-coordinating, you know. We already said dissemination and communication strategy responsibilities, creating the working plan, collecting the input from your activities in your cluster. there is a few that they need to be set from the very beginning. So again, crafting expectations. If you want to coordinate a cluster, it comes with many responsibilities. Of course, it will come funded as well somehow. Otherwise, we end up with the issue that we have with the hubs. Okay.
Just one quick question, but you could delegate some roles, hopefully, because of course you say very often that there is a lot on their shoulders, but if you say member engagement, for example, how about having a community manager if someone feels, attracted to this? Why not having like a communication manager? I mean, this could be subtasks, no? Still supervised, let's say, by our coordinator, but not that everyone here expects, that they have like 10 hats and they get totally lost. So it's possible to delegate somehow certain tasks if people have an affinity within this cluster for this, no?
Yes, I don't see any problem with that. As long as the task, it doesn't matter if it's one person, two person, three people do it. As long as they are well known, these people, for what they have to do, and they are well known for the network, who they are, I don't think there's any issue. So kind of like intra-governance as a self-governance, someone said it, I think it's a good idea. Also, another key point here, someone, respect to coordinator, is appointed by the memberships. Yes, could be, but the problem is, for now, we need the coordinators to start. Let then someone also say, coordinator is fixing time and coordinator can rotate. Why not? But to initiate, we need the coordinators. Okay? We need the coordinators, otherwise they're not going to be steering, and these main key responsibilities to make the whole thing to work, it will not work. How are you going to gauge memberships, and they have to appoint in you, like this, So I hope you agree with me, because this is a key different. Maybe during the project we can think of, okay, maybe we need to rotate. Cannot be always the same people, Good. Next. Okay. Alignment of coordinate of clusters. And then I came up with this word, meta coordination. Some people don't like it. But anyway, yeah, it's alignment of a cluster. It's at the end of the day where we've been talking, coordinators, we can create, these are like a group that is making the whole thing communicate with the easy to integrate cluster outputs. This is why, Svetlana, I made this point before. Ensuring coordinated internal and external communication strategies, So, these people, the coordinators, know what's going on in the working plan. And then, obviously, you talk with this head of the meta coordination, then the whole thing can be aligned, Then monitoring activities and impact, well, it's part of the working plan. Updating cluster information to support sustainability and member engagement. Yeah, it's part of the, it's more about the communication, towards the network, what's going on. It's simple. Okay. Your comments. Come on, we're nearly there. So your comments to this, they were all most fine. There was only one contradictory, maybe challenging the whole thing, and it's not working. So, okay. It was something like this meta coordinator, somehow the responsibilities is the collaboration of clusters on specific services. Not really. I think this will come, when you know what's going on in different clusters, you know how you can collaborate. And it's no responsibility for the coordinator to make people to collaborate. This is the way I see it. Although you can help. But I don't think this is also responsibility of the meta coordinator. It's just also the coordinator. Ilva is saying, I'm not sure.
Microphone, please.
I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. So just adding that the layout, the plan, how we coordinate this between the clusters should, in my thought, be in the proposal already. And then, of course, you need the people doing that day to day, but we need a plan for that, even if the clusters can change. And that maybe helps a little bit if we can set up the grid already now and are not completely surprised if things change. But I'm sure you thought about that, just a spontaneous thought now.
Yeah, we thought about that. We're going to open an expression of interest, but the way we see it is the project coordinator. Makes sense. But I don't want to say, because if someone wants to do it, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Okay? Because I don't want to say, because me, I do this. But it makes sense. It will not, it's a streamlining again, it's not doubling the role somehow. That not completely the same role, but overlapping roles in many aspects.
It's me, Milan, first. Okay, maybe a practical question to you, Elisa. Well, in terms of expression of interest and knowing all the different layers of affiliation to the cluster topic, how do you foresee the different layers to be represented in expression of interest? Like, first, the step should be the clusters. And you feel free to answer it towards the end, whenever you feel like. But whether we should think about activities that we, like us, would like to implement from like institution, like ourselves, only like one beneficiary, or should we propose something that we foresee more beneficiaries to take part, because this was the traditional way, and how then we recruit, or should we recruit potential beneficiaries for the activities already when expressing the interest? This is just to interconnect.
Interconnect both things, both processes, the project, the proposal, and this mechanism. Ideally, but let's see if we have time. Not today. What I mean is when we release the expression of interest next week, you're going to have probably until the end of January, and we're going to do, as soon as we come back from vacations, we're going to do an info day, okay, to already express this. But ideally is the coordinator of a cluster who is already, collecting what the people have expressed, obviously with the project coordinator there, with the people has expressed, and start to clusterizing it together, and to make, let's see who wants to do what, and then make the consortium. But that will be follow the more classical project way, okay? Because we need to form them.
Could you please, Elisa, elaborate a bit more on that? I couldn't understand this point.
It's an expression of interest, how to collect the expression of interest of people to do things, and then actually how to form the clusters, that. But I don't want to get into these details now, okay? Because otherwise it's more, I know you are all aware that we need to prepare the expression of interest, but please, there are important things to talk before, okay?
Just a remark, because you were sorry.
No, I want to move because...
Okay, a very quick remark, since you were striving towards this meta coordination or whatever group, given that we are proposing new governance model of EURAXESS. We should call the things as they are actually. So this body is EURAXESS Coordination Committee.
Right.
It's like a management board, not management coordination committee or steering group or something.
You're right. Sorry. Because you're totally right. This body is not just a project coordinator. In this body, the project coordinator must be.
I'm just saying, I'm talking about the concepts and...
No, but the concept probably is what you're saying. It's basically not just project coordinator doing this thing. It's the alignment of the cluster coordinators, and it's a working group. It's a subgroup, and then it's aligned with commission. What I'm saying is that from the project perspective, most likely is what like the work package leader meeting, the consortium, but we don't know yet. And I'll explain to you. But from the cluster perspective, is these people, Doesn't matter if they're work package leaders, doesn't matter the project. It's these cluster coordinators together with a figure that is overseeing somehow everything, overseeing just to know what's going on, especially for purpose of communication and dissemination, especially only for that, not for making decisions, because now we're coming to that, and to be aligned with the Commission. Just that, okay, nothing else, nothing else. So this is why I don't want to embed it yet with the expression of interest for the project, because it's slightly different. I mean, could be end at the same bodies, but maybe not, depending on what we get from the expression of interest activities, and depending on the topics that we agree now, that I want to get to that point. Okay, intergovernance. Finally, only one point. Clusters must be proposed to and approved by BHOs. That was it. This is the intergovernance at the moment, which is not an easy thing also. Today, I was aiming to have these clusters already prepared for the project. Let's go. Okay? Okay. This is part of the governance. We said, many people of you said, BHO can suggest topic, BHOs vote about approving a cluster, all BHOs take general decisions on such issues. Yes, of course, but we need, maybe if we end up in voting, that I hope not, we can agree before. Yeah, let's see how we do this. It's not installed yet. We are basically doing it now. If you want to install it in the rules of the operational model, we will do it through the project, okay? But we need, for just functioning now, we need this. And then open call for voting the topics, argument for the topics. Please, we're gonna do this now. But we're not gonna propose the topics because we already did this in Rome. It was the 4th exercise, remember. So let's move to the topics. Remember when we did the exercise in Rome, there were only 2 rules. The topic must be within the mission and objectives of EURAXESS, and we have a very good conversation this morning about this. And then the topics among clusters should have minimum overlapping. Okay, ideally none, but I mean, we have to live with reality. To ensure clarity and efficiency. Then we also have talk with the minimal critical mass, but it's not settled. There were only these 2 rules that I just said. That's it. And maybe for the sake of management, we need to think that maybe of the topics, and let's agree on that, maybe they need to become not the clusters, but subtopics, okay? All further clusterized. Okay, so otherwise, we will not be able to manage, okay? Let's move. Okay. You have a lot of things, and things that I'm naming, there's nothing in red. It's what is manageable and very important, but I'm going to go further because I'm going to go to this. When you said, some people said, okay, make the arguments come up. Other people said, survey the EURAXESS members, what they want. In order to do this exercise, remember, we're thinking, you need to think about what our users need. And then someone came, yeah, maybe we need to think that the institutions are our users too, not only researchers. And then we explaining this morning that if we ask to our EURAXESS members that most of them focus on international mobility, they're only going to ask for international mobility topics. And let's put this in this way. Go down, Vera. Further. Yeah, more. We will work on the visibility also of this. Yeah, here. So, as EURAXESS, we are asked to do mobility service and career development support, Then we hit only some part of the institution called EURAXESS service centers, but our members are the institutions. And it was very well described this morning, but I can't remember, it was Malta, BHO, but it's like they are doing different things, different departments, institutions, and we are not hitting them. We're not hitting these people who, they are EURAXESS members, but they cannot, they don't see EURAXESS as Ilva was you. They, providing. They don't see EURAXESS as a useful tool to do this career development. And the question is why? We need to understand this. Why? Maybe there's other, and this will depends on the national context. Maybe because others doing these resources, maybe because they don't know and they look for other projects, initiatives that they provide with this. So this is why I'm reluctant to go to this approach, because I think we still better think of what we want. And also with the Commission here, what are our topics? Okay, as we did this morning with research security. We already had a feeling that our institutions needed. Okay, of course, we are connected with them. That's the role of a BHO. So but it's not that we are just basically doing what we want. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense our role as BHOs. So you did the exercise, no, to the 33? You did the exercise, it was all that. I just transcript, and we already started to do an affinity map, okay? Which activities, bearing in mind activities not only for researchers, but also for institutions, EURAXESS was already doing or maybe potentially could do, following, remember, the two rules, within the EURAXESS objectives and avoiding overlapping. Okay, all of these. How did we do, how did I, and starting to do it in Rome together, this affinity map through the journey of the researcher? What do they need to be provided directly by EURAXESS services, to be provided by their institution? So next, come on, there's only two left. Okay, this is our researcher, this is our institutions. Think about it. They need to find a job, a position. Where do they go? What tools of EURAXESS are using? The job, EURAXESS jobs. Or maybe our role is just to promote EURAXESS job, and a little bit more in some countries, to impose, to make influence, so the legislation said that you need to incentivize to the posting from the institutions to the EURAXESS job. For example, I just give it activities, potential activities, just to go to the earth, to your current practices as BHO are your EURAXESS centers, what they can do. Institutions, what they can do, what we can do for them in this, informing, promoting, engaging, and you name it. And the policymakers here are also important, because I just said you can somehow influence to do more, incentivize, the job posting. I'm not going to go into so many details in all of these, okay? Just to give you examples. Next, from the side of institutions, oh no, sorry, no, next. I was saying next step that they are doing. From the side of institutions, they need to attract these talents. So we can work with institutions. The call is asking for this, actually. So we can work with institutions to help them to attract these talents, to promote our national institutions, like similar to Choose Europe initiative somehow. Obviously not to that level. We can't. Or we can collaborate. To collaborate, no. We are part of it. Nevertheless, recruitment and research security. You need to bring this person. You need to select it. How you do your recruitment. And this morning we said about it, research security. What we can do there, again, maybe CV training, interviewing, networking, putting the institute, sharing practices of how you select. We have been already doing this, by the way, in this project. So next, core mobility experts. Okay, now the guy or the woman has decided to go to this institution. Entry conditions, visa, taxes, social security, core mobility experts. We have a big role there. what we can do for them, especially for institutions, what we can do for them there. Because they are informing, the EURAXESS service centers are informing of this. And sometimes they need to be updated on policy. And this is very national base, you know. I mean, still we can do together as EURAXESS, as a European initiative, things together, especially now thinking of visa strategy and the ERA Act, maybe. There are things that we can do here together, you know, as a European initiative. Integration. Okay. Now, manage to get to this, to the institution, needs to be integrated. Welcoming services, onboarding mechanisms, social cultural activities, you name it. Many things you can do directly or indirectly too, to the institutions, so they can get better work on centers. So, career support in academia. Then, okay, being there a few months, the guy already knows, and the woman already knows what's going on. Needs to progress needs to be supporting academia is career navigation, trainings in soft skills, trainings in grant writing, mentoring, academic mentoring, a lot of things here. We have been doing it for a while. This is nothing new, what I'm saying. Then needs to progress. Okay, then it's more this into policies, you know, how your institutions align the framework to the R1, R2, R3, R4, do they know? How they progress, you know, this is more also linked to research assessment. What we can do for the researchers, again, training, CV writing, interviewing, networking, thesis writing, for example, I don't know, ideas, whatever you want to do. Now, new topic, kind of new, but very important, mental health. Isa said that. Maybe others don't think that, but we need to agree. Diversity and inclusion, gender and inclusion of, you know, how the policies, not the policy at the policy level, don't get me wrong, to the institution, our users. Maybe it's here a little bit of research culture, gaps, training for researchers, yeah. Although it's very difficult to give this, especially training for researchers, because we're talking about mental health. So you need, my opinion is that you need to be, very well known to that, or to connect, to contract, to hire a trainer to do this. Then careers, maybe, fine, good enough. I'm leaving academia. Or the reality of the labor market. Some company comes, look at the money, I'm leaving. I don't know where to go. Oh, how is this working, this transition? Career support in career transition. Is Researchers Caribbean Academia, is Rebecca, and all these intersectoral mentoring programs and all the support that many already we are providing directly and to our institutions, because we are capacity build, we build a lot of capacity here to our institutions. Oh yeah, dual career was in integration. Dual career services. Also, it could be, it's in the previous slides, I will give you the slides. Also, it could be also, I don't know, in career support, because in some institutions support both spouses, you know, not only to integrate them, but also to support their professional development of the spouses. It's both, in both places. Career support, like I said, and then this morning we have a talk about our roles in innovation. And then we said career support in entrepreneurship. Then you propose more, but they are not fitting in this journey as standing alone. They are refugee researchers. Of course, they do the same journey, and we know it's even bumpier in many parts. We all know that. But we need to decide if it could form a cluster or it's activities integrated in different topics. Then we have research managers. You have the transition, you have entrepreneurship. Is there Science for policy, someone came up with this idea. Don't know what it means. Maybe training in terms of career support, but is this within the mission of EURAXESS? That's my question. Okay. So basically, EURAXESS is supporting researchers every step of the way of their careers. This is the narrative. Okay. Now, please, where do you see from these ones if something is not EURAXESS business? Only for the journey ones first, okay? What is not a topic of EURAXESS business? Mental health, Iser said that. And only for the first ones, okay? Iser first. Just make this a little bit organized. Mental health. There is a decision to make here. But let's see arguments in favor. Mark. Because, sorry, to force you to the argument.
Why it should be there? I mean, we have a lot of mental health workshops, mental health issues. It's so important for both researchers and their families. They leave they leave universities because of their mental health. So for me, it's an important issue, like without a doubt.
Link
May
it to
I
career
also add
development.
here?
Yep, Svetlana, next to you.
Actually, I see you put refugee researchers on top of everything like horizontal issue. That is.
But Svetlana, first the journey, please, and then we will tackle
Yes,
the other fourth.
but in this regard, yes, all of these activities that we do relate to refugee researchers, but without mental health, we cannot integrate them.
Mm-hmm. So mental health is a good point
Mental
for
health
definitely
support
this
is key.
Target group.
Mental health is key for the refugee researchers integration.
Okay, good point. Good point. My opinion as FECID, the same as Mark. I think it's part of the career development support services, and it's a big issue. It's a big issue currently now in academia. Commission, you also have, we're going to decide, but we can also hear from you what you think. Because it's very important for us that we're going to be supported somehow.
I think the question is not what you think is important, which is very valid. What do you think EURAXESS should be doing? Not what you're doing in your network, in your country. You can do any of these things. This is about decision what is being done in 43 countries, right? As part of the clusters, and I think this is I think there are too many.
No, this is the topics we need to clusterize. Yeah.
So you need to cluster because you need to limit it. 4, 5, 6.
To make a cluster of everything is a Babylon. Come on, we have to prioritize. That's it, and to decide where is the cutoff, and that's it. Yeah, we cannot do everything.
Yep.
Exactly. So you'll be losing something.
Here. Yeah, here, core mobility aspects.
Okay, so but it's not free to...
Yeah, of course. This is EURAXESS core business. Yeah.
And maybe a second point. So I don't think they're all equally important. So you can have one block, which can be like 20% of the activities. And you can have something which is still there, but is a limited activity. So it has to be proportioned. Also, some things are requiring, you cannot put all the work that's going to be done in the I'd say the first 3 blocks. It is not comparable to these 3 blocks. Does not mean that there can be nothing about this, that's my opinion, but I think you will have to structure it where maybe you can find a rule, I don't know, 3-4 pillars are getting 80% of the financial resources. And through the financial resources, you will be kind of controlling what gets more developed or less developed. And again, you're not, by saying you shouldn't be, there doesn't mean that you don't think it's important. It's simply, maybe it is not the business of EURAXESS to do so.
Okay. But to be clear, Crystal, we can think these clusters are, these topics are all clusters, but we are all, I mean, it's unmanageable. It's unmanageable. This needs to be subtopics of clusters. Let's see, this is the next model, okay? But first, deciding what we are doing, the identity of EURAXESS, what actually are we dealing with? Resources will come depending on the importance of activity, and the call is already shaping a little bit to us. Maybe in a future, they shape us to another thing, depending on who knows. So, but yeah, don't take it for granted that everything is going to be funded now that we're talking about funding. And also maybe people do not express interest to do any activity on some of the topics. Simple as that.
One question, how much do we take into consideration what others are already doing in these fields? And I mean, where our USP somewhere could be, you know, in the end. I mean, I blame myself. I put science for policy because I see that, actually, this is something which is not so well covered so far. It doesn't mean that we already have the expertise in-house. Also, I'm not saying that. But still, you know, when we want to go on the long run somewhere and brand EURAXESS anew, I'm not saying we have to take it, not at all.
No,
but I'm just saying, if we feel all this is relevant, of course, because the researchers will be confronted with all these issues and all the needs throughout their careers.
But but Eleanor, the problem with the career support, I mean, the science for policy.
No. Let's not talk about this, but I'm just saying USP somewhere, you know, whatever we do not cover yet does not mean that it would not fit EURAXESS in a way, but a counter argument could be that we do not have the experience in-house. For example, for mental health, we have it, you're doing great things on that, but maybe others are already covering it better, or maybe not. And just the question, if that was taken into consideration when narrowed down to a certain number of topics, less than we see now here.
Yes, it's taken into consideration, but unfortunately, depending on the national context, these things are covered by other networks or not. For example, I can tell you Science for Policy in Spain, it's totally covered, also by FECID, but not with the hat of EURAXESS. It was 5 years ago, you asked me, and I said, no one is covering this. But should EURAXESS cover this? Is within the mission of supporting researchers every step of the way? I don't know. I don't really know. I can see training for actually know how to talk with a policymaker and things like that. I can see things there. But Science for Policy is much bigger than that. It's huge. But one thing, we also have open science in these cards. They are not disregard. Open science are responsible research innovation, and Science for Policy I will put in the same way as we talked this morning with entrepreneurship and innovation. Yeah, of course there are activities for career development. You can do training on these things, but these are activities, not topics. Yeah. You know what I mean? They are transversal. They fit here. Career support in academia, they fit there. So clusterize something that is minimum activities because it's going to be training. I think it's too far. I mean, we cannot say EURAXESS is now working on open science. Open science is huge.
If I may just add, something that could help decide which topic is a cluster or not. I mean, if you remember, maybe you don't remember, earlier we when we discussed about the conceptual framework of EURAXESS services, we discussed about the complexity of service. And then we said, okay, personalized assistance is the most complex, which needs the most competency, skills, experience. Then there is direct assistance, there's information assistance, and there is a signposting. Mental health, signposting, not a cluster. I would go along those lines.
Okay, it's not a cluster. And, okay, heard. I think I agree with you. It's not a cluster standing alone. For me, it's either. Each of the topics is standing alone. There is none. Maybe only one or two that can be standing alone. But let's move on, because we have a big topic here of supporting HRS4R and research managers. Research managers. Is this a topic of EURAXESS? The research managers not providing career transition from researchers to research managers? Of course, yes. But training researchers for innovation grant, licensing, I don't know, of course, entrepreneurs things, yeah, but this is research managers. It's a totally different profession. Maybe in some countries, no, but policy is moving towards that. So we are going to work against policy, which is actually quite, I don't know. So this is my point. We know, I said it hard, different activities, and we have been already doing activities within career transition. Explaining that, yeah, there is another profession called research manager. You can go there. We have FSTP actually for that. So, big thing there.
Yeah, sorry, no, I just wanted to, because I just had a look at the proposal, at the topics which in the call, because maybe we can just focus on that, because there is written like career development, for example. That would be for me, for example, one cluster. For under career development, I would see like career support in academia, career progression, but also like, for me, it's a broader topic. And then we also have like, for example, talent attraction, as you have already there. So I think we should like maybe focus on also on the work program, on the draft. Which,
how we did, yes, a good point. And then you see the different proposals of clusterization, okay? The different proposals, there are variations. And then we didn't do career development because basically that would be dividing talent circulation and career development. Two clusters. And also stakeholders for career beyond academia, it's not the same. Activities are very similar, but the focus is very different. The stakeholders is very different. The purpose is very different. So I can see one there, maybe two. We have had startups, but maybe now with the conversations this morning, we need to call it careers beyond academia. Careers in academia is career progression, career support in academia. Mental health could be there or not, depending if we decide that it's EURAXESS. And then, of course, talent circulation. Maybe the labels of talent circulation can change to be more, but we all know what it's meaning. It's meaning talent attraction, it's meaning job searching, of course, recruitment and research security, core mobility aspect, and integration of the researchers into the institutions. Once they are there, in academia, they do this. If they want to leave, they go there. If institutions want to support the career transition, they will look into this cluster. Then I separate diversity and inclusion. Didn't know what to do.
Elisa, I wanted to tell one thing, that everything what we are discussing here is very complicated, and when we are mapping something, it usually arises from our skills and competences. But we can think about, we are not doing things
we
that
haven't
we
done
cannot,
it like that.
that we are not professional. What?
We haven't done it like that. We haven't mapped it because of our competences and knowledge.
Yeah, but people were submitting something like regarding remembering what they were doing, what was going well, what was going not so well, etc., etc. And in respect with this, for example, research managers, what I see, like, do we need to attract or have more skills in this if we can do it through the synergies with the other projects who are already like doing something very similar? And thinking about that, you know, from the perspective of communication, how we can like this communication to become an impact really. So it's definitely a parallel horizontal thing, but it could bring this additional value which we cannot from here, this spot think of.
Communication, what you mean? Communication of all of these. Of course it's going to be in every cluster. We already talked about that.
Yes, exactly. What I mean, so like what Milan said, where in expression of interest, people are like those coordinators are putting what exactly communication activities there will be, and
yeah. You're right.
What they need to target, etc. But do everyone have these competences of bringing something to become an impactful thing? I mean, I'm just thinking out loud about all this.
Not everybody. This is why we are specializing. This is the main principle. We are specializing just because of that. Not just because of that. Just because one of the main reasons. Of course, there's other reasons that we have been talking. But we are specializing. And of course, if anyone wants to, learn, as Eleanor was saying, is welcome with maybe many more activities, not very sophisticated activities, but it can participate. So we are learning each other. Of course, there are big players in many countries doing those things, and we can engage, and we should engage with them. We should. I mean, if I think into training entrepreneurship, I was thinking in EIT. They are doing it already. They're doing much more things, that we don't go there, as we talked this morning. Talent attraction, maybe we need to connect also with people that they are doing talent attraction. Of course, yes, we cannot be only in a bubble, just us. But we need to think of, in general, because maybe some of you say, I'm not going to get into career transition because I have a network already in my country doing that. Well, you can either you don't go there, you can bring it to the network, but acknowledge that maybe other countries see an opportunity within the EURAXESS objectives to support their institutions and their researchers, because no one else is doing. So I think we need to do this exercise as we did this morning with innovation and research security. So it's not, we didn't do the cluster by competences and knowledge. No, the affinity was not done by that. The affinity was done what our institutions and the researchers need, what we think they need, and what is considered EURAXESS. That was the way that this was this map, not by a matter of competences. Although we all know that there are certain BHOs and EURAXESS centers, they have the competencies for all this. Model. Okay.
Can I? Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, we did this discussion many times, also in order of hubs model. True. And the relevance, and I think all of them agreed. I have two basic points. First is that we support researchers to do research, and researchers cannot do research without research managers. If we have 10 researchers, behind them we have 30, 40, 50 research managers supporting them. So, yeah, okay.
Not really. This is what many other big players are doing to do better research.
I will come.
EURAXESS cannot do everything.
Yeah. Second point is that being part of Cardea project, which was one of the most influential projects I know in my 25 years of career, because a pilot project already produced DRM comp and already excellent toolkit, Cardea Hub with free training. You know very well, and I'm sorry being very frank, that the other option is ARMA, which is a paid version of this. So if,
the Academy of ARMA is also...
I'm sorry.
But Achilles, that's not true. And we don't want to get involved here, but that's not really true, because ARMA is also being funded by one of these influencer projects, and 3 more, well, 1 more now, and it's producing training exactly free, and also in collaboration with Cardea people. So
I'm Cardea, I know better.
Of course you know, so tell the whole story, because we know the whole story here. So do we want to get into that too? That's the question for me.
Yeah, but don't disregard it by default. This is my point. There are points.
No, not at all. I mean, this is why we are discussing it.
Yeah.
Can we afford to start training research managers, professionalizing research managers? There's a big issue in some countries. And also, yeah, of course, we have a subgroup of research managers, and we're going to provide training. I mean, we are already doing it somehow, but only for a very sub-professionalization. There's career development and international mobility research managers. Ilva? We need
It was first that I don't want to police, but it was the fastest.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say that I think that you've captured it well in the middle one. I like that the Careers Beyond Academia is both the entrepreneurship is like a side part of it. Yeah, exactly. Like that one is I think is clustered well. But it's important, like you mentioned, that the career support in general should of course collaborate a lot, because we should combine all the paths of a career progression. But also thinking about diversity and inclusion and refugee researchers, it's hard to tell that they are a part of the journey. They are somehow, because diversity and inclusion can be important in talent attraction. How do we get more women somehow? True. Or how do we get more something? And as well as refugee researchers. So it's hard to have them as separate parts of the journey. So I don't know exactly how to do that, but can you maybe combine them and have them as sort of a parallel in some way?
I agree with you, and this is why I put it there, but I totally agree with you that diversity and inclusion is super important here. And we haven't tackled yet the private sector, which we know is an issue, especially an entrepreneurship. But big question, there are big players also at a European level doing diversity and inclusion. It's a whole policy agenda, and it's a support, structured action. We know that we have to take into account diversity and inclusion in these in these topics. So I cannot. No, for me, it should be somehow transversal, and you're right. And I agree with you that researchers for refugees, it's kind of like the same. The activities will be there, but we will not say aloud that we are, number 1 in Europe to do diversity and inclusion, because it's not true. Well, it's not true. Maybe one day, but at the moment it's not. I mean, I will not flag it, in our communication, external communication, while career development, career transition, career progression in academia, yes. And we support refugee researchers also all step the way into Europe.
Can I also add here about refugee researchers something?
Yes. Well, Ilva was first, Svetlana, so let's first Ilva and then you.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you. I just wanted to quickly add about research managers, just coming back. I think indeed also this is not the main topic for us, but it's one of the groups that should know much more. So I see about us.
Yeah,
so I see them as an influx channel for our communication dissemination activities. That's exactly what I meant before. They don't talk to each other in the institution. They have the international offices, the research managers have no clue. sometimes about EURAXESS. They have their own ERA policy action. They have EARMA. They are really now very much served, and I think they're a super important group, but I don't see this. So I just wanted to confirm it as a core topic, but a group to reach out to.
Definitely is one of our main stakeholders. I totally agree. I mean, now when we talk about career development, I talk with research managers in institutions, for sure. I totally agree with you.
Svetlana was next, but maybe just before giving to Svetlana, actually, I just keep thinking about what Milan said. I think he made it quite clear. Like, are you when you were diversifying different types of how you provide services, right? The most intensive one is direct personalized information. Which means that if you're going to give somebody personal information, it means you are expert in this, probably. I hope, right? Other extreme is the signposting. And so that's actually the whole point. Where can you give personalized support because you are able to give personal support, you're the best to give personal support, and where are you signposting? And if you're signposting, then you signpost. You need to have your cluster on that. You need to know it exists, you need to follow these developments, etc., etc. A second point is, I think it's important to agree on the big umbrellas, the big clusters. But then the cluster coordinator, they need to have some, I would even call them cluster directors, because there shouldn't be micromanagement of these people. They need to know. They need to be and they need to be kind of chosen because they're very good in this field. And if they think we need to do this with research management or this, I think that over the long run they need to have a little bit of this flexibility because they are responsible for the cluster and they need to have some kind of intellectual autonomy on that as well. First Svetlana and then Isar.
Yeah, first Svetlana.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I don't understand why in the third version of the clusters structure, there are no refugee researchers. For me, it is very strange. Cluster for refugee researchers is existential, you understand me, because the services that are offered to EURAXESS by EURAXESS centers to refugee researchers are totally different than in other clusters, than for regular researchers. I mean, for instance, let's give you an example. Mental health support that is actually more or less signpost or just raising awareness of it in other in standard service in standard cluster is totally different than we have to offer than the one we have to offer for refugee researchers because it includes treating trauma. Ethical issues, regular ethical issues that are included in the standard service are specific in regard of data protection needs of refugee researchers.
But Svetlana, let me jump into this, okay? Because also we are a little bit short of time. So I think the way you present, or at least how it sounds to me, is that you provide only a few people in the network is providing these services to refugee researchers.
But you didn't.
Is that correct?
No, you didn't allow me to finish my point.
Sorry. But we need to speed up a little bit. Svetlana, sorry.
I understand, but I waited for this moment to raise this point that refugee researchers could not be excluded from the list of clusters and could not be spread among other clusters because they are specific. If you spread them among other clusters, then you will lose what was already built. You lose the point of treating them properly. and you lose the political engagement that EURAXESS did with MSCA for Ukraine, with Science for Refugee Initiative, with SAFE fellowships that require training of organizations after the SAFE ends, and you lose connection with Choose Europe for Science initiative too.
Heard.
That is the dedicated Science for Refugee cluster that could do and that could show that it can deliver and sustain these efforts beyond the lifetime of individual projects and takes responsibility to do it in the future.
Okay.
It can
Now,
upscale those
Svetlana heard. Slaven wants to say something.
Do I think EURAXESS will play an important role in supporting refugees researchers in the future? Yes. Maybe even more. And honestly, I'm having very good conversations with colleagues from Sofia University on this, very much engaged in this. And I'll be very happy to actually have them even more involved in other projects as well. The work is being done as part of with SAR, for example. So no doubt. I mean, no doubt. Why should these researchers not be part of this? This is like an organization departments. Do we need a department on that? Doesn't mean if you don't have a department that you don't have to do it. Doesn't mean you don't have a department on mental health. You have nothing to do with it. But again, it has to see. Is it a cluster on its own? And I think what often happens, and I'm often in the council, right? And when we talk about some strategy, each member state has, this is what is important for us. They don't look at anything else. This is what is important for us. We want to have it there. But at the end, it will be. You need to kind of structure the things. You need to put on different layers. And in the reality is that often it doesn't. It's not because you're not a cluster that you're not important. It's not because what you're good at is not a cluster on its own that it is not important. But it simply means that for the 43 countries, for 600 whatever service centers, all the researchers that are being helped, these are 5, 6, 7 most important core competence clusters, whatever you call it, departments that you need to support. But on the researchers at risk, this will continue. And also from my side, I will try to see if there are some additional parallel ways to support it. But should it be a cluster on its own? I don't think it's needed, and still it can have a very strong impact what is being done to support researchers at risk.
So you mean we avoid having a separate cluster for refugee researchers and researchers at risk?
Vitali, Svetlana, good, yes, direct question.
I'm sorry, maybe you can have a cluster for vulnerable, specifically vulnerable researchers.
Maybe, yes, maybe.
Where you are putting something for, you're going to connect it, anything connected to mental health, anything that is like, you're providing your services for, I don't know, for a standard researcher, whatever that might be, but there are some very specific issues. Could be mental health issues, could be because they're coming from very difficult places. And I think, unfortunately, these type of things might actually be more and more. But this is kind of, you're grouping them into a vulnerable researchers risk where you need to have very cluster or whatever, where you need to have very specific expertise for this.
Yep.
If I may, I would like to express my support to what Slaven just said and to your approach, Elisa. And I strongly disagree with Svetlana that we need a special cluster for refugee researchers, because at this point I would like to bring in researchers' perspective. And in my experience is they don't want to be called refugee researchers. They want to be called researchers. And they want to be able to compete with all those normal researchers. This is our goal. So they are all adult people. They don't want to be pampered by us. So this is my experience, and this is why I believe this approach is right. Thank you.
Okay, guys. I think yes.
Time is an issue.
Time is an issue,
and we
but
still
we're
have
gonna. No. That's more to come in 3 years. So in the next 3 years, get ready. So it's finished. This is finished. So what I would say then for hearing all of you is that we're gonna go for a model of talent circulation or whatever we would call it. Careers in academia. Sorry, this including the diversity and inclusion. This, but we be aware that it's also activities there. And careers beyond academia, and still, sorry, Slaven, but we said, and that there is not the need for refugee researchers, but definitely they will continue doing activities, for sure.
And I think it's even in the work program.
It's in the work, yeah, it's in the call.
So Svetlana, you can,
Yes. Yes,
there's
please.
a sentence included
course.
specifically for that.
Of course.
So,
cross-cutting cluster?
which part?
Can we call it cross-cutting cluster? Or find another concept? I mean, because indeed it is a point of access to EURAXESS. I agree in most of the part with Vitaly, but I disagree a bit that it's the same whether researcher in risk or vulnerable researcher, or as you said, normal, not the best term, but okay, let's use it. A researcher comes to the office. It's not the same. I mean, that's why we need maybe another gateway, I mean, another point of access to EURAXESS or whatever it is being called. Cross-cutting cluster. I don't know.
I mean, I came up with a proposal here for you. Because it's going to be activities in the project related to refugee researchers. Sorry, Isar. No, Isar, please, we need to wrap up. It's a time concern issue. So let's hear my proposal and then let's see. Then refugee researchers, nevertheless, there's going to be an expression of interest for the project because there's going to be activities. Okay, and the speed up to select the clusters is in order to start arranging this expression of interest for the project, okay? Then we can leave it like that, and maybe next VHO, we could decide if it's a cross-cutting cluster or it's just embedded there. For our purposes of preparation of a call, we have heard, we already agree, I think all agree on this with this model, and definitely will be activities for research because the call is asking. So simple, just because of that. And I think we can survive with that, all of us, and the next VHO meeting we will bring just this topic, not the other, not again the whole thing, okay? Because we need to move forward. Do you agree?
So there will be expression of interest for refugee researchers, okay?
There will be expression of interest, but it will not be, at the moment, it's expression of interest for coordinator because we don't know yet if it's a cluster. But the activities will be there, for sure, because the call is asking. So simple like that.
Sorry.
When? The next VHO meeting?
The next VHO meeting
it will be June. Yeah, June.
But we have monthly meetings.
Also, it's an opportunity there, where if all VHOs are in this monthly meeting, then we can also speed up the process. So why not? Yes, good, yeah. Isar, and your final words.
No, very short. Look, it's the fine details, and I agree to everything. But looking at the big picture, our relevance. For many years, we have R&I, which is innovation, and it's missing here, the word.
We had the conversation this morning.
Wait. And the second one is, what this project is, how we called it? Talents?
We don't know yet.
No, the existing project. We are at the end.
Era talent project, sorry.
So the word talents, not only researchers. Please introduce the word talent.
I don't agree with that because,
Yeah.
but it's not an open now to open this box.
No, no.
Hand it
So
to you.
it's read the the work program description. Talents are also outside research innovation, and I mean it can go very far, right? No, I think first of all, I think we need to give Elisa an applause.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And sorry if I've been very pushing, but we needed to wrap up. I'm sorry, Svetlana. But I'm very happy. It's not my work or Fethit's work, because my team is here and they have been also very involved here. It's you gave remember we had this great venue workshop in Rome where you provide all these inputs, okay? It was a matter now of discussion, and I super enjoyed the conversation this morning because I was to tackle these issues and you already tackled the EURAXESS, what we are. So thanks a lot also.
Great. We are mostly we're not discussing the fundamentals, which I think is also very reassuring here. It was more about those topics where there are some discussions about, although I don't think there are really concerns about it, but it also means that, of course there are concerns. Everybody wants to see their topic being on here, and if they are cluster, it's better. If they are sub, it's like, it's a very human thing. But I think at the end, it's very positive that most of you agree on the big picture where this is going. And again, I'm really surprised how much thinking has happened since since June, I would say, because I think this is the first time when the draft action description was shown to you. I don't think we could have been so far if we didn't have the COPs and the hubs. I think the COPs and the hubs experiences needed to be lived in order to be able actually to have this type of discussions as we have right now. But honestly, I think it's definitely going in the right direction. I will debrief the evaluators, of course, but I can just say that this is very much aligned with what was included in the work program and what was in my head when I was writing it in the work program. The details will be worked out. Like any organization, things will move over time. BHOs will have a very important strategic role in all of this. And hopefully, in 3 years' time, the discussion about the next project will be relatively easy. The discussion of the next project will then be, these are the clusters, and we will support them. We don't have to every time reinvent everything.
Please.
Yeah, right. But it's going to be a challenging discussions, and I think we're going to have this type of discussions even more in the future. But everybody was involved. People shared their concerns. There was agreement and disagreement, and this is part of the collaboration process. At the end, exhausted. Yeah, definitely. Maybe the gravity feels heavier on a day 3 of conferences. Yeah. Actually, it's more than 3 years because the project is 3 years. By the time you start a project, you're going to be exhausted.
You're right.
And then you have reporting after the project. Yeah.
Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah. So on that positive note, I think we can close the topic. Any AOBs? Any AOBs online? It's recorded.
This is recorded and will be available.
It's recorded, it's going to be available, and we didn't even have to ask you for consent, because when you registered for this conference, you already gave consent for all kinds of recordings. But it will not be put on YouTube. So that's not on YouTube. Will it be on YouTube? It's going to be put on YouTube for people with a link. Okay. So maybe new social media career for Elisa. Okay. Having that said, I think the next BHO meeting will be before the summer. By then, I hope the proposal will be signed. Right? Yeah, it should be. It should be signed. We will meet every month in the ordinary fashion. I guess we will need more than half an hour in the next monthly meetings.
Which will be on the 15th of January.
What was the rule? Every second Thursday of the month, unless if it's a public holiday in quite some countries?
Yes.
Okay.
When the kickoff meeting?
Kickoff meeting, it's up to you, up to you, up to you.
Madrid.
Okay, location is confirmed. Date next year. Depends on the budget. All right, indeed. Wish you all merry holidays. Supposed to come.
You are exhausted. Thank you.
Excuse me, Vera, you said 5th or 15th? This is a good idea. Thank you.
I will send out also a questionnaire.
I think there's a great agreement at the end.
Just so that we can comment.
Thank you.